I'm surprised TikTok even let me go live today. Oh, little blessings, eh? Looks different on every phone, doesn't it? What is that shadow? Okay.
Hello, Chacha. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Hello?
Okay. JB Sure says, what is your foundation for saying this statement? Because I've spent about 10 weeks now asking people what the benefits are for women only submitting, and nobody has any good benefits for the relationship. For us, as an answer to make it a fundamental need in a relationship for submission. And then I've spent the same 10 weeks asking, what qualities do husbands predominantly hold that make them, or men, that make them the sole person in the relationship who should be a leader. And again, we didn't hear any qualifying attributes for that leadership. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that it is not something that we should not do because it doesn't benefit the relationships in any sense, on any way, shape, or form. Excuse me, I've got a cold. However, some of the answers that I got were all male-centric in terms of there were very selfish reasons that were created to oppress women and to make women subordinates of men, dependent on men, and to give men a pedestal so that they could oppress their wives. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that husbands are not leaders and wives should not submit. Sorry, guys, I've got a cold. Started kind of yesterday. So, JB Shua, if you have any information for me, stating facts, research, statistics to show me that it is a good thing for leadership and submissiveness, then please do come up on the panel. Do come up onto the platform and show me your evidence and we can have a conversation. That's basically how I do it. So that I can understand where other people are coming from. And if it is something that is really necessary. In my opinion, it's not necessary for a husband to be a leader because power corrupts, and a lot of people, I kind of have a feeling that this whole idea of husbands being leaders was given to them for them to be responsible people, to be kinder, to be wiser, for them to not oppress and abuse women. But as we all know, power corrupts. The minute leadership was mentioned in a relationship, husbands took it, ran with it, and used it for all the problems that we have in marriages these days that are causing, all the problems that are causing divorce, disagreements, women getting unalived, children getting unalived, cheating, substance abuse, verbal, mental, physical, emotional, spiritual abuse. All of those things have been prevalent for years and years and years and years in marriages. Even though men have claimed that they are leaders and they are doing a good job. So hence I've come to this conclusion. And if anybody else has anything else different to present to me and everybody else listening, that suggests that it is a good thing for a husband to be a leader and it is a good thing for a wife to submit, please do come up on the panel and prove me wrong. Because so far every single person has managed to prove me right. Not one. There's so many people, some that I thought were going to be wise and clever. They came up and said, well, just cause. Like they didn't have any research. They didn't have any substantiating evidence. They were just like, well, just cause. Oh, well, a man needs it. And it was all about rubbing a man's ego and making a man feel like he's on top of somebody, rather than for any actual benefits of the relationship. It was for the benefit of the man. Even when we speak about wives being submissive, like almost everybody who's answered me, including the wives who believed in submission, and only them. And when I talk about submission as a wife, I'm talking about just wives submitting, not wives and husbands, just wives. The wives who have come up to say, oh yeah, that's what we should do, blah, blah, blah. Again, they came up with rhetoric from brainwashing and indoctrination from culture and tradition and religion. And also, when they spoke about why they should be submissive, they've only spoken about how it benefits their husbands and how some of them performatively calling their husbands leaders just so that their husband can feel like he's above. But really, there's nothing, no leadership going on, which is more detrimental to the relationship than if somebody was really a leader. Lying to somebody never bodes well in a relationship. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's see the comments. Maria said, your skin is skinning. Thank you. Thanks, darling. Somebody says, pay me 440 says, low. A lady that isn't married speaking on marriage, shit doesn't make sense. Okay. And then he said, if a man is to protect what needs protection, should respect and listen to the protector. My question on this protection issue is, who are you protecting a woman from? Who exactly is a husband protecting a woman from? Is it not other men? So are men protecting women from other protectors? If you are saying that other men are a danger to women, and you are a man yourself, and the statistics with the police and all of the reporting bodies show that actually women are more in danger to a man in her close proximity, which is the man that she lives with, more than half the time a husband or her lifelong partner, then who is really being protected? Because we're not seeing it. The numbers for the protection need to be higher generally than the numbers for the ones that are not being protected. That's why words like femicide exist, where if you don't know what femicide is and you don't want to go and Google, it means that females in the human population are being unalived by male companions. And the female predator, a woman's predator in our society today, a woman's apex predator is her male companion, someone that she lives with or she's close to, hardly ever a stranger, more than half the time. So where is the protection? And if by virtue of protecting another person, now you deserve a title of leader, then in my question is, why, if you are truly a leader, why are you allowing the person you want to protect to live in a world that she is not safe? Instead of trying to protect her, why don't you change the world as a leader? Why don't you change the world? Why don't you change society? Why don't you change the other males who are causing the problem so that there is no need for protection? And then again, we go back again to that protection issue, and I have a question. How many times per year does a man take, or does a man spend protecting his wife physically or emotionally or mentally? We see women in therapy all the time because of their husbands and their long-term partners. So they are not being protected mentally and emotionally. We see women in hospitals, women in police stations because of their husbands and their long-term partners, because they've been physically abused. So how many times are you physically protecting your wife if you're a man? How many times do people break into your house that you have to jump in front and say, I got you, baby? How many times do you walk around on the street with her and somebody attacks her and then you go, I got you, baby? Half the time it's not even happening. Some people spend their whole lifetime never having had to do any physical protection for their wife. I have a code, guys, excuse me. Some people get to the end of their life never having ever done that protection duty. It is a dream that most people dream of doing because they know that their other male compatriots outside, they are not good people. Therefore, this is how I see it. A lot of the times, women have been put in a position of needing a man because there is danger around a woman, but the danger is also created by that which she needs, which in my opinion is bollocks and bullshit. It shouldn't be like that in life and in society. It shouldn't be like that at all. It's absolute bullshit. We cannot clap our hands and say, well done to the people who are creating the problem for getting rid of the problem. We cannot turn around and say, oh, look what he did. Didn't he do a good job? Isn't he a good boy? For the same problem that was created by your same gender. Get rid of the problem. Then we'll see where your real leadership is, because leadership does not necessarily have to do with protection. If we look at other different situation or bodies where leaders are needed in terms of, like, let's say in terms of companies, half the time, most of these owners of the companies, the only thing maybe they will protect the company from is financial, getting financially dismantled. It will need women in HR to now start putting policies in place for these companies in order to actually start protecting the stuff on the floor. Whereas the people in office, they don't give a shit about that. They're more bothered about the money. So leadership doesn't necessarily come with protection, necessarily. But it comes with a whole lot of other things that men don't ever mention when you ask them, what attributes do men have that make them leaders? So J. Bishwa said, look back a little bit, asked a second question. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. No one said women submit. Oh, you're going to have to whistle, darling. Blessed Dita said, are you married? I don't know. Why are people so interested in my marriage or my relationship status? How does my relationship status make any difference to what's happening in your life? Lynette says, hi, how are you? Good evening. How are you? Which Lynette is this? I thought it was someone I knew. No one said, okay, fend for yourself. Women do every single day. Women have been fending for themselves the minute they started being able to get jobs, even in countries where they can't get expensive jobs or high-flying jobs. You still see women on the market selling shit. You still see women running tiny little shops. You still see women doing nails, door to door and trying to make money. They do. They fend for themselves even when they have this leader, this provider who lives with them. They're still fending for themselves and still trying to make something for themselves, because half the time they get let down by the people who claim to be leaders. Nick said, how is marriage any different to any other long-term romantic relationship? Honestly, if this is why in the UK, if you're living with somebody for over 2 years and you're sharing a life together, it is classed as a type of marriage, common wife law. So being married and getting a certificate does not mean that you have qualified something. More than half the time we will find, especially with women, getting married is the thing that actually dumbs them down, because now they're expected to be submissive and to lower their voice and to now follow somebody else's lead and to now do what somebody else needs. So it doesn't make them wiser in any way, shape or form. It takes away their knowledge and it takes away their autonomy and it takes away their freedom. So being married is not is not a positive, nor is it a win for women. And I would advocate for women to, before you get married, because society expects you to get married, really do question yourself. How is that going to benefit you? We did a series last year where we were talking about the benefits of marriage to both men and women. And you'll find that men benefit more from marriage than women do. This is why it has been seen and been recorded by doctors over and over again that women who are married will live much less longer than women who are single. Whereas men who are married do live much, much longer than men who are single. Now you see the imbalance. Men who are married benefit from their wife a lot, whilst the woman benefits nothing. Women who are single benefit from the peace that they get, whilst the single men don't, because they are reliant on women. So you tell me again, where is the leadership? Mrs. To you says 32 years married, get more advice from others, or aren't good advice. I don't know what you're saying, Mrs. To you. Can you come up on the panel, because I don't understand what you're saying at all. I don't know what you mean by that comment. And JB Shaw says, what is your belief or your thoughts on submission and what submission is? JB Shaw, why don't you come up on the panel instead of because listen, going through the messages will take me forever and I will miss every other people's messages. Submission is as it says in the dictionary. It's giving up your power to somebody else's authority. It's letting somebody else have authority over you. It's as simple as that. There's no sugarcoating it. There's no changing it. No making it look any better. If both parties are submitting to each other, then it's okay because it's equal. We both have mutual respect. We both have good communication. We both have mutual understanding. There is no one above another. That's okay. But if one person is expected to submit, then it's a problem because you're taking away somebody's rights as a human being and somebody's autonomy, somebody's voice. I have seen it so many times when some of these ladies get divorced and they come back to talk about now that they're divorced, how are they feeling? Most of them will say, oh, I'm taking back my power. I'm taking back my voice. I'm finally free. And you will see a lot of them, they'll get that divorce glow where they'll start looking better and healthier and feeling better and just exploring and enjoying life a lot better than they did when they were married. So there is no sugarcoating the word submission. Submission is what it says in the dictionary. It's giving away your power to somebody else's authority, somebody having authority over you. Let's see. The whole protection thing is BS. Absolutely, Lynette. Absolutely. Georgina says, husbands, is that what you call them? More like mother misogynists. JB Shaw says, what is your, again, the same question. JB, why don't you just come up on the panel if you want to talk to me so I can hear exactly what you want to say, because all this texting will just take you forever. Anyway, Bella says, old Greek saying, the man is the head, the woman is the neck, so nothing moves without my say-so. However, if it's a Greek saying, it's a Greek saying, but does it apply in every single culture, in every single tradition? And does it make sense? It's sort of like an analogy, right? On the hierarchy of the family. But does it make sense that when we meet each other, we are both adults? I have sense and sensibility. I have been able to run my life and live my life this whole time. You have sense and sensibility. You've been able to run your life and live your life this whole time. The minute we meet each other, one of us is now above the other. But when we were separate, we weren't one above the other. Does that make sense? When you come together, you're supposed to be equal. You're supposed to be two wholes, 200% people coming together to create a fusion of even more awesomeness. Not 200% people coming to be, one stays 100 and one now needs to be 70, 50%, just so that this one feels special. Even if you turn around and say, well, I'm the neck. If I don't move the neck, the head won't do anything. You've already positioned somebody above you. Because the neck doesn't have a voice. The head does. You've already said somebody else's voice is more important than yours. How does that make it any better for you as a human being to be underneath a person in a life where your parents created you to live your best successful life, your most amazing life, your most important lifestyles, your most special years are from when you are 18 until you are much older, because that's when you get your independence, and now you get to do whatever you want and live your best life, and then all of a sudden you want to give all of that freedom and independence away to somebody else and say, oh, just let me be the one who tells you which way to turn. Us ladies, we have a tendency of diminishing ourselves so much because of indoctrination from society. It's sad. It's unhealthy. We shouldn't do that at all. Right? I've missed a lot of comments now. Brent says my hubby is amazing at being a house husband. Cool, that's good. There's nothing wrong with being a house husband or a housewife. And being a house husband or a housewife does not mean now you are the submissive one. We should not have power dynamics in a relationship. The minute we have power dynamics, we are competing against each other when we are supposed to be supporting each other. The whole essence of people coming together in a relationship and to have is to be companions for life, to be best friends, to be the support and to grow together, to help each other to be the best versions of ourselves. The minute we start having power struggles and start comparing who's more important and who isn't, we've already set the train for a disaster. We've already set ourselves for divorce, because at some point an argument is going to come about who's providing this, who's providing that, who makes more money, who does this, who does that. The comparison will just get worse and worse and worse as the years go by, and somebody's going to get resentful and somebody's going to want to leave the relationship. And that's unhealthy. That's not good. Love God. Good evening. How are you?
How you doing? And thank you for allowing me to come to the panel. How you feeling today?
I'm all right. I've had a little bit of a cold, but I'm okay.
Okay. Well, I just want to say this, and I'm not scared. Let me see this. I got my little bonnet on, but let me say this. I just want to say this. I've been married for 30 years, and I feel like I got a really good marriage. And the reason I feel like I got a really good marriage is because my husband is not controlling, is not one or the other. We both make decisions. He understands that I need my space. And we have great communication, and so if you have that with somebody, I feel like you can be in a great marriage. I mean, if you have a great connection with somebody that enjoys the things that you enjoy, that is a great listener, that understands that we need space, that also understand that we have our own mind to think for ourselves. So I don't think all marriages is bad. I think sometimes you can get a great partner and it could be something wonderful.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm advocating for. So you see, when there is no power struggle, there is not one person in the relationship who's more important. When there is good communication and great respect and the opportunity for both to be heard and for both to be the best version of themselves, there is no submissive and leader in that relationship. Because
Right.
if there is a submissive and a leader, that means one has more power than the other.
Right, yeah, and you don't want to
But
go through that
yeah,
because that's like somebody controlling the other person. So that's why I say you have
absolutely.
to be very careful when you're picking a person. And this is the problem with young ladies today. Y'all don't spend enough time trying to get to know somebody before you jump into a relationship with them. Because once you spend time with people, they'll show you exactly who they are. Sometimes as women, we kind of ignore the little red flags, and I'm doing something right now. I'm doing something right now. Excuse me. Thank you. Excuse me. Yes, sometimes as women, we ignore the red flags, but you have to be more observant because this is your life, especially if you want to go into a marriage, because you have to remember that marriage is basically kind of forever. You know,
Mhm.
you saying basically you're gonna be with this person to death do you part. And I never wanted to be a person to go into a relationship and then marriage, better yet, and then have to turn around and get a divorce. That's why you have to spend time with a person and really get to know them and see if they if they are on your level. Are y'all compatible? Before
Absolutely.
you. Yes. So I just wanted to say that because I thought you were saying that, don't go into a marriage because the marriages is controlling or something like that. But I see what you're saying. Yes, that's all I wanted to basically say. Some marriages are good. You can get into something. You just got to be very picky with your choice. And it's okay to be picky. It's okay to date people and not sleep with everybody and pick the person that you most desire and desire you as well.
Yeah, I always advise ladies to have high standards, as high as they can be, in terms of the character of the person, so that when they are with you, and then you have high boundaries as well, so that when they get with you, they know that there's no excuse for misbehavior and nonsense, and they have respect for you.
Right, but you got so many people telling ladies out here. I've been through a few panels where people saying, "Oh, your expectations is too high." No, they're not. You can't let a person tell you what your worth is or what you should get or how you should live. So just like you said, women have to have higher expectations and forget what anybody else saying. You never know what you might find. Because you never know. Everybody got different
Absolutely.
tastes. Men got different tastes. So
Mhm. Thank you.
thank you so
Thank
much,
you
and you have a
anyway.
wonderful day. I love your smile. Keep smiling
Thank
and
you.
doing the panels. Good job. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Have a good day.
You too, love.
Okay, bye bye. Let's see. Guys, we are doing one person at a time. We're back to doing one person at a time, so we're not doing a full panel. So if you do request, wait your turn to be added onto the panel, and I'll give 5 minutes for the conversation for every single person, or at least 10. So yeah, and the topic is right above my head. Okay, husbands are not leaders, and wives should not be submissive. Dietrich, good evening. How are you? Dietrich, unmute your mic.
All right, how are you? It's coughing a lot.
Are you okay? You have a cough?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, cough.
Okay. Are you okay to talk? We can hardly hear you.
Are you American? Like, are you here in any way?
No, I'm not in the US.
I don't give a fuck about your opinion, then.
Sorry?
I said that I don't give a fuck about your opinion, then.
All right. So why are you on my platform? People make me laugh. Honestly, people make me laugh. He came here to say, "Are you in America?" If you're not in America, I don't give a fuck. Do you know, sometimes I really find it funny how Americans think that they're the best country in the world. They think that some Americans think that they know everything, they've got the best everything, they blah. But then sometimes they just show a lack of education. A lack of education. Like, if you see who built America, you will be very embarrassed to be claiming, and then give a fuck about your opinion. And listen, guys, if you, yeah, not all of you. I know it's not all of you. It's just some people. It's just so rude. Some people from America I found are very, very rude to people who are not American, and they just assume because they see my skin color and they hear my accent, they assume immediately that I'm not educated enough to speak because they can tell I'm African. All of a sudden, they're like, "Well, what does an African know about anything?" You'll be very shocked. Very, very shocked. But anyway, guys, if you don't want to hear my opinion, or you don't like what I'm talking about, please do me a favor and go be on a different platform. You don't have to be here. You don't have to be on this platform. It won't hurt my heart that you passed through and you didn't say hi, Shasha. It's not going to hurt me as well. Tumbleweed says the bonnet you're wearing is a Black American style, so why are you copying us? Excuse me, I never said anything about all Americans. I don't know why you're turning this into a conversation about Americans per se. I don't know why you're sending this about Americans per se, all Americans. But if you want to catch feelings, honey, go ahead. I'm not gonna start what do you call it? I'm not gonna start defending myself over nonsense. If you don't want to sell outside of your country, don't do it. And keep your money inside America, keep your commerce inside America, and don't buy outside from anybody else. Simple. Sin said, we know who built America. We were around to say anything to stop it. We weren't around to say anything to stop it. Oh, Americans are catching feelings in these comments. Americans are catching feelings in these comments. What's up? Yo, got a chip on your shoulder. What's up? What's wrong? Is it really that tough? You can't differentiate between what just happened to me from that guy who just came up? A white American man just came up and told me he doesn't give a fuck about my opinion because I am not American. Trying to say that I'm stupid because I don't live in America, or I don't know anything else, anything because I'm not American. What's being American got to do with running a platform on TikTok, which is an international site? I'm not even going to say where I live because I don't want to be valued according to where I live. As a person, my voice is very, very important. I'm not going to get shut up by another person, by an imbecile who's not educated enough to do some research and to understand that people are different from all walks of life, and education is in every single fucking country, and people are allowed to speak their mind. And it's so simple. If he didn't like my opinion, he didn't need to come up onto the panel, coughing, acting like he's about to unalive himself from some horrible disease. I didn't ask him to come up. He came and insulted me. Now you're taking it personally? Please get over yourselves. Get over yourself. Love Life says you're good, Shasha. They're very uneducated. Most of them. People who do that to you are narrow-minded. Absolutely. Like get a little bit of education will go far. I've noticed that there's a lot of people who like to come onto TikTok, onto platforms just to argue and insult people when there is no need for it. I am not in any way combative with another person. Unless you come for me, then you will hear my words. Unless you put me down, then I will put you down too. Now, if y'all want to go and defend an imbecile who wants to treat me like a nasty person, go ahead. That's not my problem. He lives in your country. He represents your country. The foolishness he shows is a reflection on the people that live in your country, not mine. So go ahead. Ado says, people all over the world judge apparent foreigners. A few people in Spain treated me badly. Oh, yeah, they do. It's called racism, honey. That's what they do. Real Light TV says, Black Americans, what's that? They have their own issues. Let's see. So we're here to talk about this, not to make this about Americans who want attention. I will speak to any American who is polite and kind and understands that other people are human beings too, and that being American is not some sort of a badge you should be showing off. That's why I won't even say what country I live in, because it's not some sort of a badge. Mofo can say, what is he doing on the panel? Madman. Absolutely. Mofo can say, you can't always be compatible in a relationship. You must overlook some small things. We understand that nobody's perfect. Nobody's ever going to be 100% perfect. This is why I always advise people, when you want to get married or have a long-term relationship, have a look at the red flags, right? Have a look at the red flags that a person presents to you and ask yourself if you can withstand that red flag. Can you really handle that red flag when it shows up as a monster later on? Let's say, for instance, if you're still in the dating stage and somebody starts off with shouting at you or putting you down or calling out your body size, and you then ignore it and say, oh, he misspoke. It's just a mistake. I love him. I'm just going to forgive him. You have to look at the future. Usually the red flags, they start off as just a little indication of somebody's character, and they manifest into something bigger. So if you don't tackle it then, if you can't withstand people putting you down or talking about your body size or your skin color or your eye color or the way you talk or the way you eat or the way you dress, if you can't stand it, and it annoys you and it gets to you and it takes away your self-esteem, you have to address it in the beginning stages of your relationship if somebody shows those red flags. Because what happens is, if you don't address it, and then later on that person now starts showing abusive tendencies, like, well, they've already shown abusive tendencies, they now start doing actual abuse to you, mental, emotional, physical, and even sometimes spiritual or financial. Then you have to look at what happened in the start. The red flags were there. So you have to ask yourself, once you see the red flags, can I withstand it once it shows itself as the beast that it really is in the future? Once we are now settled and we are now in a committed relationship, will I be able to withstand this person's behavior? It's the same with cheating. When you first start off, if you notice your guy's got a wandering eye, or he comments on other women's clothing and is absolutely perturbed or disturbed by the things he sees on TV that women are doing, that person has got a tendency, is more likely to cheat on you than somebody who focuses on you and doesn't talk about other women. Or they are just on social media liking half-naked pictures of people on Instagram, TikTok, and all of this. You have to ask yourself, later on when we are in a committed relationship and this person starts cheating and their red flag starts showing itself as the beast that it really is, will I be able to stay with this person? Or will it be arguments after argument? And whilst you're still in the relationship, if it is an argument to address the red flags that you see and they don't take accountability, apologize and change, because apology without change is nothing. Apologize and change and take accountability. Then you are already losing the battle. That's not a person you need to end up in a serious relationship with. That's not a person you need to end up engaged with or getting married to. Love is never going to fix that person. They're only going to drain you and only going to make your life difficult. So yeah, nobody's ever 100%. Nobody. We all have faux pas. I think some of the people who follow me and have been on my panel know that I speak about my faux pas a lot. I speak about my lack of tolerance for things. I speak about the things that I'm not very, that I would like to improve about myself a lot. And you know, having self-introspect is a good thing. When you meet with somebody and you want to date them and you want to get married to them, have a look if they have self-introspect, because a person who has self-introspect is capable of having self-respect and also respecting other people, and is also capable of holding themselves accountable and apologizing. They have a guilt and empathy a setting that is in their brain and in their heart that allows them to have good, healthy relationships with other people. So it's very, very important to watch those red flags. Absolutely. 888 says, someone was cheated on or divorced. Laugh out loud. Who was cheated on or divorced? We want to hear. It's funny how people just come up and say things that are not even worth mentioning. Sweet Pea says, what's so wrong with just being equal partners? Why do they want us to submit? Absolutely. That's my question as well. Why not just be equal with your partner, with your missus, with your wife? What are you going to lose? I'll tell you why people want women to submit and men to have leadership. It is not only something that has been brainwashed into us by patriarchy. It is something that I always say this: if it didn't benefit you, you wouldn't fight for it. So you see, men who fight for leadership, it is because it benefits them, not necessarily the relationship, because we all know a lot of the times our male compatriots can be self-centered, self-serving, whereas women are nurturing. They take care of everybody. They care about other people's feelings, right? It is known. It's a fact in society. We know it. So the whole reason why males will fight for leadership is because it benefits them, because they are winning from it. It puts them on a pedestal that allows them to have power over another person. That leadership, it's never about something good for the wife or the relationship or the children. It is about having power over another person. Because let's have a look. Let's look at it really honestly. If we both work as husband and wife, or my husband works and I stay at home, how many hours are we spending together where he is doing this leadership thing? He goes to work, that's 8 to 10 hours of the day taken from him whilst he's busy working. And now I'm stuck in the house, either alone or with the kids, sorting everything out in the house. Any repairs that need to be done in the house, I'm organizing, sorting all of that. Any shopping that needs to be done for the house, I'm organizing and sorting that. Any cleaning that needs to be done for the house, I'm organizing and sorting that. Anything that is needed for our homestead in order for it to feel like a home, I am doing it by myself when my husband is not there. By the time he gets home, he's tired from work, I'm tired from work. We sit down, we eat. And then, where is the leadership happening? At what point does he now start, okay, I'm back home, I'm about to lead. Let me start leading you. Where is the leadership happening? Men want to claim this leadership position, but when are you practicing this leadership? What are you actually leading your wives into? Because leaders create people who become successful. Leaders create successful teams. Good leaders create successful teams. Show me how, as a leader, your wife and your children are the most successful, either on your street or in your society or in your village or in your town. Show me if you are the leader of your family and you claim this is a good thing for the relationship. Is your wife one of the most successful wives on the street? Are your children one of the most obedient, the most good at school, the most amazing in society? Are they? Because you all want to claim leadership, but you only spend about 2 hours per day with your wife and children. And if you work 6 hours a week, six days a week, that's even worse, because that means you've only got 12 hours in that week that you spend with the kids and your wife. And then at the weekend, most husbands who work really hard are doing what? They're out at the pub, they're out at the nightclub, they're out at the bar, they're out golfing, they're out with their friends trying to regain their independence and have their space and time. So let's see if we can get a calculator here. We had a guy who works in statistics who came and measured for us how much time couples actually get to spend together. And he was telling us that this leadership and submissiveness is actually not important because you have less time to spend together. That now, when you are trying to lead and submit each other, you are wasting precious time that you could spend enjoying each other's time. So let's say, let's give a grace of 4 hours at the weekend that you would spend with your family. I mean, getting involved with the family, playing with the kids, getting involved with your wife, watching films, doing all of these things together, going shopping together, going to the park together. Let's give a grace of 4 to 5 hours. And then during the week, if you do a regular 8 to 10 hour day, including commuting to work, and then you come home and then the kids are in bed by 8 o'clock, or 9 o'clock. Your wife is tired by that time. She's going to bed about 9, half 9. You have only spent about 2.5 hours with your wife. So let's say 2 hours. So that's 7 hours in a week that you get to spend with your family. Only 7 hours. Yeah. And that's 7 hours in a week. We'll times that by 4. Oh no, let's times that by 50 by 52. That's 364 hours you've spent with your family all year round. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's absolutely not even important to be fighting for leadership and submissiveness when you don't get to spend time with your family. It's absolutely not even important. So in a year, we have 8,760 hours. $8,760. So in a year, you've only spent 364 hours with your family and you've missed out on 8,396. And in that time you weren't with your family, you are claiming that you were leading the family. How? When you weren't there. Your wife was there, your kids were there. What were you doing? Where were you? In terms of presentness, you contributed hardly anything to the family because you're not even spending half of the year with the family to be able to say, I lead their family. Hi, Frosty. Good evening.
Hi, how you doing, beautiful?
I'm very well, thank you.
I don't believe anybody should submit or lead. I think it should be a partnership. I don't believe one is more important than the other. You know, you need both to make a child. You need both to make the marriage work, and one is not
Absolutely.
more important than the other. Now, if you're talking about kinky stuff in the bedroom, that's a whole different story. But that's just on a personal thing where what the people decide to do in behind closed doors is their business. But as far as the relationship goes, y'all should be equal partners. That's my personal
Absolutely.
opinion. But
I totally agree. I totally believe in that.
I love your accent. Where are you from?
I live in the UK.
Okay, but your accent's not from England.
No, it's not.
Where is it from? It's beautiful.
I am originally from Zimbabwe. Do you know where that is?
Yes, I do.
I'm originally from Zimbabwe.
Wow. I've never actually talked to a person from there.
Right. Where are you from?
I'm in Florida, in the United States.
All right. Is it warm there in Florida? I think it is, isn't it?
Always too hot. Always thunderstorms, alligators walking around. Yep.
I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, like right now, we just got done having a torrential downpour and thunder and lightning.
Right, right, right. Yeah,
Like
we've
every
been
time
having
around this
crazy
time,
storms
it
over here.
rains really bad. Let me see.
Veronica, you just put a comment saying, what is this? Girl, my husband is my leader. I need him to pick up really heavy furniture. So your husband is a leader on account of picking up furniture. Come up onto the panel and explain to me some more.
See,
I
it's
want to
all
hear
wet
some more of how
outside.
this leadership works.
It's all wet
Right.
outside from the rain.
I see. But thank you anyway, Frosty. Thank you for that input.
How do I turn this off? There we go.
Thank
Nah,
you for
but
the hot Mika. Thank you.
you're welcome. I love that bonnet of yours. It matches your outfit and your curtain.
Okay, Ta. Veronica, come up onto the panel and explain to me a little bit more of how this works. Because I hear a lot of women talking about my husband is a leader on account of doing this or that, but I don't hear the fundamental qualities of leadership don't include strength. Being able to pick up a sofa doesn't make a person a leader. JB, good evening. How are you? JB, I've been asking you to join since before, but you just joined and then dropped. Try and rejoin again. Lynette, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Mofokeng, that's what the wife said. She said she needs him to be a leader because he can pick up heavy stuff. That is the level of leadership. It becomes performative to me when it's about mega little things like that that are not even important in everyday life.
Mm.
Like everyday life does not need leadership on account of you do heavy stuff, because it's not every day we need heavy stuff being fixed. But anyway, Lynette, go ahead. What's your take on the panel?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Church. I must begin by saying thank you for the good work that you are doing. At least you are giving women a platform to hear some of the things that they've never given much thought to. I want to start by the lady who said that her husband helps her lift the sofa. Well, I don't know what to say about that, because women always lift things. And women are carrying goods to the market. Women are carrying firewood. Women are carrying water. In fact, a man would carry a sofa for 2 minutes and put it down, or less than that. But a woman is carrying firewood for 10 kilometers. Who has done the heavy lifting? That's number one.
Exactly.
A woman is pregnant and she carries a baby, the placenta plus the baby, who ends up being not less than 3 kilos for 9 months, continuously 24/7. It cannot be
And
likened.
2 liters of water.
Yeah, it cannot be likened to someone even carrying a log of wood. And then this thing of strength is also a fallacy, because it has really destroyed men. Patriarchy also destroys men. And the reason why we are saying, you see men carrying very heavy things, meanwhile their backs are not allowed to carry that. That's why factories have machineries, because there is a limit. You either have more people carrying something or less. So 2 women can carry that sofa, 4 women can carry that sofa, and that one shouldn't make somebody a leader. Now,
Absolutely.
I wanted to talk about this thing, leadership, because men protect and provide. First, let me start with protection. Actually, it's the women who do all the protection in the home. When he's away for 7 hours, who's protecting children? You don't find your children scalded with water. They have not swallowed laundry soap. They have not climbed a height and fallen, and they are a structure. Everything is, the woman is protecting, and then the man comes 2 hours and he says he's the protector. And they will always quote the olden days and say that, oh, you know, men used to go and hunt and women used to stay at home. The question is, when women were at home and the men had gone hunting, if a lion came or a deer or even something to attack the women, where would they be to protect the wife? So men are not with women 24/7, and a predator can turn up anytime when you are at work and even do something bad to your wife while you are still there bearing the title of protector. But for me, I think women are the ones who do all the protection.
They
The fact
protect
that children,
themselves.
protect themselves and protect the children. The fact that your child has never had a fracture or a scald or taken poison or swallowed a penny or inserted something in their nose, or it means the women are just on the watch 24/7, protecting the family. And then it stands that no, actually that's not protection. What the man does is protection. When it comes to provision, let's go back to the beginning of time. Both men and women used to go to the farm. They would farm the whole day. And then they come back. The men will go and drink. The women will still go and find firewood. They will collect water. They will grind. In fact, before grinding mills, women used to pound the food into pound yam, pound everything, cook the vegetables, cook everything, and put the food on the table. Yet that has never been seen as provision. So you wonder, who really provides the food? Who really goes to the market, buys the food, comes, prepares it, and all that? And sometimes the woman is at work, so she passes by the supermarket, buys this food, comes home, prepares the food, serves everybody, but it will always be the man who is the provider. Does it mean what women provide is nothing? Or how do we come up concluding that it's the man who is the provider, even in families where the woman does 75% of the provision, leave alone the labor of preparing the food? So me, I think people should relate to each other. Man should come home, help me find out, oh, the clothes are not still in the washing machine. Put them on the air, while I'm cooking, and then he's putting the children to bed. I'm finishing up, washing up, or he's washing up, I'm putting, and then that way I would understand. And if a relationship works like that, then everybody is happy. Another thing, another lady
Absolutely.
said earlier that a woman should, girls should choose men very well. Well, in the world we live in, and anybody who you are dating, they will put their best foot forward. They will be nice. They'll do everything. Even on the wedding day, they'll be dancing like wow. And then
They'll
after
deceive
that, you,
you.
yeah, you will really know somebody's true characters when you live with them. Like this man who will now leave you and go and keep a mistress. Do you think you can see that in courtship? So I think responsibility is being put on women that in future they'll be telling women, oh, you didn't choose well, you didn't choose well, whether you are a psychologist, whether you are a social worker, or whatever profession you are, you can never foretell how somebody chooses to behave. They can put it
Absolutely.
on after marriage and there's nothing you can do. So I'm just like, as much as we are winning in talking about some things, but this thing of putting responsibilities on women that you didn't choose well is just going to make women think that I didn't do diligence. And yet there are cases where people have even courted 7 years. They get married and divorced within 2 years. So the
Yeah.
real person actually appears after the marriage. Not, you
Absolutely.
can court, you can court, you can go on holidays, you can do everything, you can meet each other's family, but the real person starts after the wedding day. And if
In
he's
in
good, you're
in
gonna
my
have a good marriage. If the person is not good, then you are just you are all along preparing for misery. Thank you.
in my culture, there's actually a saying that says when a man is courting you,
Yes,
he acts like a snake in the grass. He's
yes,
like humble and meek and hides his head.
mm,
He will raise his head to
mm,
bite after he's already caught you in a snare. And that's absolutely
exactly.
true. A lot of times I have, like I always say, I've been listening to women's stories and working with women in groups with women since 2012.
Mm,
And you will not believe how many women will say, after we got married, he changed.
it's
After I
true.
got pregnant, he changed. After we got
Mm,
engaged, he changed. And
mm,
it's deception happens at a higher level. We can't always be blaming women and say, oh, women need to take responsibility. Responsibility for what? It's the same as if somebody breaks into your house.
mm,
Whether you have locked the door, you haven't locked the door, it is that person doesn't have a right to break into your house. You cannot
true,
blame the house owner for being broken into.
true.
Because basically, that person had an option to either deceive me or to be honest. They chose to deceive me. They knew what they were doing. I didn't. I was just second
Exactly.
guessing everything. So how now are you blaming me for their behavior? It's just
Mm,
wrong. We really need to stop trying to hold women accountable for the things that men do. It's another form of of grooming that women have gone through,
it's
that has
true.
been done by patriarchy to keep women misogynistic towards each other.
But yeah, exactly. And the people who keep on saying that are other women who keep on saying, oh, you should have chosen right. You should have chosen right. There is nothing you can do. I'm a social worker and I can tell you for a fact, there is nothing you can do to foretell how another human being will choose to behave.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And you will find even some people will say like this so many incidences where two people were in love, they were married, they had kids, they didn't have problems, and then one got into an accident and then they started becoming abusive. They changed, they
Mm,
became a monster after that accident, or maybe they were in a wheelchair or whatever was happening with them. They started being this nasty person, and the other person is like, I want to leave them, but now I feel guilty because
mm.
everybody's like, oh, now you're leaving them because now they are disabled. But that's not the case. It's because the person changed and now you are under a lot of pressure and a lot of abuse, and now you just don't feel like there's any love anymore, and it happens a
And
lot.
yeah, and it also happens like if a man stops working and he did nothing, he never supported you or whatever. Even that leadership was not there. Now he's not working and you are doing that, but he wants to cling on the leadership. And that means you can't tell him anything, you can't say anything because he's supposed to be the leader. And some, if they are bitter, they will sabotage you or do so many things to you to put you down.
Absolutely.
And that's why men should not only look at protection and leadership. Life is a lot more than that. Because if you lost
Absolutely.
working, you were my husband, we had a good relationship. I know these are challenges of life. And then we will see how to help each other. But if you existed solely to say you are my leader and my provider, and the provision is not there, so what else are we holding on to? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynette. Thank you for that. Let's see who else was requesting. The other lady called. There was a lady who was requesting before. She keeps on requesting and dropping. Come up. Christina, good evening. How are you?
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Chick, request to come up after Christina. I want to hear what the husband will lead you in and why as an adult you want to be led. Because someone not leading you doesn't mean they're an idiot. It means they respect you and they're not going to have power over you. That's it. You will find a lot of guys who want to be leaders behave idiotically.
Yeah.
They're the ones who put hands on women. They're the ones who cheat. They're the ones who misuse money. They're the ones who are self-centered. They'll only do things that serve them and don't care about what the woman wants. So request to come up. Christina, go ahead.
Hi, I was telling one of my girlfriends about your live, and I was telling her how advanced your thinking is and the people on your panel are in by means of, women. I just love the way that you think, and I was just telling her how uplifting it was and how I felt how these men would come in here and you would just eat them alive and just like you didn't let them get away with anything. She's not on social media, but I would love for her to be on here and see your panel. But yeah, I
So
totally agree with
I've
what
started
the lady was
downloading
saying.
the live streams of TikTok and putting them on what's it called, on YouTube. So what I'll do is once I've got like at least about 5, because they take forever to download because usually they're quite long. So once I've got like at least 5 videos up, I will put the link to my YouTube on my TikTok. So other people who are not on social media and who watch YouTube, if they want to see parts of these conversations, they can go and watch on YouTube.
Nice, nice. That's great, actually. Yeah, I told you I was married for 29 years, and when so I lifted him up, and when he got a job where he was making really good money, he didn't know how to lead. He didn't know what to do with all that money, and he would just spend it however he wanted, and he wouldn't ask me or like consult with me on like what should we do with our money? Should we save it or invest it? Nothing. It was just if he wanted something, he would go buy it, and he made so much money that it was crazy that we never had money because he would just spend it on the most ridiculous things. And
Waste
it
it.
was really difficult. It was really difficult to be with somebody like that because we have 3 children together, and here I was in my free time, instead of spending money, I'm very frugal. I would go to thrift stores. I would use coupons, I would do all that stuff. And he was the total opposite. And yeah, when we went to court for the divorce, he was shocked when the judge gave me everything. I got the
Yep.
house. He had to pay the bills for the house. He had to pay his bills, my bills, and then now he has to pay like $800 a month for child support. He's really angry, but he didn't think I deserved any of that. He didn't even understand my worth in the home with our children or anything. A lot of men don't really understand at all. They don't, this society that they're in has got them, it's all messed up. And I used to try to explain to my ex-husband, women did not want freedom for independence. We wanted freedom to get away from abusive men. We didn't want to do it all
Absolutely.
by ourselves and be single mothers. We just wanted the ability to get away from a man that was being abusive to us. But we've always wanted love and support.
Absolutely. And that's the truth. And just going back to this protection issue, I was calculating as you are talking. So I calculated that most husbands, if they're working 8 to 10 hour days, they will spend 364 hours per year with their family, which is 15 days. If you calculate exactly how many days it works out to, it's 15 actual days, alive days with their family. And in those 15 days out of 365 days, they want to claim leadership. They want to claim that I am the leader. What have you done in 15 days that has changed the whole year? That has made 350 days even better because you were leading? How have you not being available for 350 days made our family a better family?
Right.
So when you work, and then if you work it out, so that's what, 15 days per year. Okay. If we work it out on a 20-year relationship, oops, that's 303 days that you have spent with the person. After 20 years, you've literally, according to time measurement, you've spent only 303 days with your family and your partner. Obviously, we're not factoring in holidays in that yet. But we would say, like, in most, well, in the UK, you get a month to a month and a half holidays if you work full time. So then you would factor that into that, and then it gives them at least another extra 2-3 months of having spent time with their family. That's if they spend their holidays with their family. But in that time, 303 days, that's not even a whole year. I think after 20 years, the guy who came here who does statistics, who came to tell us the measurement of how much time couples spend together, he said something stupid like after about 20 to 25 years of being together, you've only spent four years with your family, if you calculate in the holidays, right? And if you look at how much time that is nothing for you to now start saying, I have changed your life, I have made your life better because I was in there and I was leading you. So people really need to question themselves, what exactly are they signing on the dotted line for when they're saying, I want my husband to be a leader, or I want to be submissive, or I am submissive? How? And then if you look at, like, Christina, your story is not like one, it's not like one out of a million. It's like one out of 5, 1 out of 6.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of women who end up getting divorced come back with the same story.
Yeah. And
They
he
would have
didn't
been
spend,
let down massively.
when he was home, he didn't spend time with the kids. He could barely tolerate the kids. He wanted to spank them all the time. He wanted to discipline them. He wanted me to give him foot massages and back massages. He wanted the world to revolve around him. He wouldn't come home and say, how was your day? He would be more upset if things weren't perfect in the house, and he didn't care that, I spent the whole day cleaning, homeschooling, cooking, all of that. And he would come home with demands, not what can I help you with? Do you need help with anything? It was very self-centered and exhausting. I took my kids on vacation one year. He refused to go with us. He just stayed home.
Wow.
Yeah, I took my kids. I had my own paycheck, and I refused because when I homeschooled my kids, I was a stay-at-home mom for a few years, and my kids were struggling in school. So I decided, that was my priority. So I stayed home and I homeschooled my kids. And when I went back to work and I had my own paycheck, I refused to give him my money because he wasn't spending his own money correctly. And so I have family in another state in Florida. So I took my kids and we went to Florida and we had a great time. It was a great vacation. But someone gave us a villa for a week for free. And he refused to go with us. And it was free.
And he refused because what? He was upset about something. What was he doing at home?
He said he had to work, but he got off. I told him, I said, you could come and join us. He only had to work one day out of all the days we were there. And I even offered to buy his plane ticket. He wasn't interested. He didn't really care about us. And
Yeah.
now, guess who's crying every day? I miss my family.
'cause
I'm
now he's
so
lonely.
alone. Every day.
Yeah, because now he's lonely. Now he knows that you were a gift from God. Spending time with him was not him doing you a favor.
But by the time you wake up and realize it and your eyes are open, you will never put yourself back in that situation again. And now he's begging and crying and it's like, what happened when I was begging and crying? What happened when I was upset? You looked at me like he thought I would stay forever. And I used to tell him, I'm not going to put up with this forever. There's going to come a point where it's going to be enough. And honestly, I think God gets us to that point. He opens our eyes. And when our eyes are open, it's like, it's so instant. It's so all at one time. You know, it's like, I could not. After my eyes were open, I was devastated. It took me some time to like build myself up to grieve. I went through a depression. I moved bedrooms. I wouldn't even sleep in the same room with him for 2 years before I filed for divorce. Because I couldn't even.
That's what happens.
Yeah, because he would, he would wake me up in the middle of the night trying to demand. He would get so angry that I would come to bed in jogging pants and a hoodie. And it was like, I don't. Huh?
Because he wanted cloth.
Yeah, and didn't do anything to deserve it,
Yeah. Well, if you want love, do something.
But, he'll sit in front of the TV, he'll play video games, he'll do other things while I'm in the kitchen washing dishes after I just cooked a whole meal, after I worked all day, after I did all these things. I'll be in the kitchen until midnight cleaning up the kitchen. And then by the time I go to bed, I don't want to, leave me alone, and he couldn't understand that. You know what? He could understand it. He just refused to prioritize his family. And they really do believe in their mind that you will never leave.
And that's for me, that's the craziest thing. It's like taking someone for granted to the point you think that they're incapable of having a thought by themselves and deciding to be happier without you. Like, it's that certain level of entitlement that just baffles me. Like, for real? You think you're God's gift on earth? Like, but what you're saying about the wanting love, I know a friend of mine who was in a marriage with her husband, and he was the leader, she was submissive or whatever. And when she wanted to leave him, she would sleep on the sofa, and he would come in the middle of the night and just insert himself and say, well, I'm ready. And he just didn't get it that she was over him and she didn't want to. So she just used to roll over and let him do it. And I was like, yeah, but that's great. She was like, you know what? Just until I've got myself a place and I'm sorted, I'm just going to run with it and not have any arguments because I can't be asked. And literally that's how she did it. Yeah. And I'd be like, if it was me, I am not very softy. So her hands would have been thrown.
But see, that's very true. And there were times when I would not fight him because I was afraid that he would get angry and violent. So yeah, my ex-husband is 6'3" and I'm 5'3", and he was also a UFC fighter. Like, he was in mixed martial arts, and he's a big guy. So there's no way. There is no comparison. If I tried to fight him, it would not happen.
Actually, let me tell you something. We once had a guy here who was in the army somewhere in America. He said, well, wives need to submit. And I was like, okay, for what benefit? And he was like, well, if you need my protection and if you want to be safe, if you want to do this. And then I get to now showing him the holes in his theory that protecting somebody doesn't have anything to do with submission. Even a stranger will protect a stranger outside when they see them in danger because it's just humane. But how many times a year are you actually protecting your wife? And then he started, because he got into his feelings, and then he was like, yeah, but we go to war, we go to the army, and in the army you will find that men are good at taking orders. And I was like, so now you're talking about men taking orders, not women taking orders, because we're not supposed to be taking orders. And then it annoyed him. And then he said, and no word of a lie, he said, well, You as a woman need to understand that my strength is more important, right? Because I am 6 foot, I am 6'3", and because I just remembered when you said your husband is 6'3", he literally said, I am 6'3", I am this type of build and blah blah. And I was like, oh, so you use your strength to threaten women to get them to submit to you. That doesn't sound good at all, because right now what you've done is you've threatened me and say if I don't give in to it, then as a woman who is smaller than you, I am in danger. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Husbands do not deserve to be leaders because they put women in danger. They put wives in danger. It's not something to brag about and something to show off about. And a lot of guys will come up on the panel and say, well, on account of that, we are stronger. And I'm like, please don't. Please don't. You've already lost the battle by talking about strength, because strength does not mean that you're a good person. It doesn't mean you're a kind person. It doesn't mean that you're critical thinking. It doesn't mean you're logical. It doesn't mean you have empathy. It doesn't mean you're caring. It doesn't mean that you understand guilt and you can hold yourself accountable. We want to see all of these important leadership qualities before I'm strong. Because even Stephen Hawkins was in a wheelchair, unable to talk, unable to move, unable to do this all, but he still led the science community. And the
cheated on his wife.
mathematicians.
And cheated on his wife.
And then he cheated on his wife. But on account of him being a leader in the industry that he got mathematically and scientifically, doesn't mean he was a good person to his wife.
Right.
But he didn't have to have strength in order to be a leader, but he still was.
Yeah.
So where is the good leadership? Strength does not make a person a leader.
No,
but a lot of guys don't get that, because they were told that women are the weaker sex. Women are weaker than men. Therefore, you guys are leaders. And the more I think about it, I think it was done to help women to not be. It was done to give men a responsibility, because their only responsibility in life is to go to work. That's it. Go to work, make money, and feed somebody. That's it.
They should nurture and take care of their wife and children, though. There's a man on TikTok that I really like, and he talks about allowing your wife to live a soft life, because how she feels affects the children and it affects the home. And like he gets in, like, she's had 6 children, and he gets in the bath with her and helps her with the, delivering the baby. He seems great. I don't know if he's for real, but on paper and on, TikTok, he seems great. But I wanted to say that, some people on the panel last time were talking, some men got on and they wanted to talk about Bible and scripture and stuff. And I was in the comments saying things, but I wanted to say that man is the only thing that after God created it, he said it is not good. And then he said he had to create a woman to help him.
To make it good. Yeah.
Yes. And after that, I was, since I left my husband, I've done a lot of studies about this. But every time a man wanted to talk to God in the scriptures, he had to go climb a mountain or go into the desert he had to go somewhere really difficult to find God. But in the scriptures, anytime a woman prayed to God, her prayers were answered every single time. God went to the woman, and man had to go find God. So what does that tell you? And then he says, a man's prayers will be hindered if he doesn't treat his wife well. So, my ex used to say, and this used to kill me, he used to say, no, we're the gift to women. And that used to just baffle me. Like, they literally think they are the gift to women.
Yeah, which is sad. Absolutely sad. It's I think a lot of guys have created a God complex due to patriarchy and this indoctrination from the Bible. But the sad thing is the Bible has been indoctrinated to them by the people who take it and mistranslate it to the congregation, the pastors and the priests. Even when they're talking about these abortion laws, I'm like, the same people who are talking about this are the same people who lay hands on their wives, and now they want to call themselves godly and doing God's work. The same people who are talking about this will go and cheat on their wives. The same people will lie. The same people will commit other sins, but now they want to try and control women's bodies and tell them don't have an abortion, blah, blah, blah. But have they actually looked at the logistics of what's happened to that person and why they want to have an abortion? Sometimes it's more humane to do that than not.
Right.
My
What
last
if it's the
abortion,
difference? What if it's the difference
my last,
between the mother and the child? You know?
better the person who is alive and breathing here on planet Earth, who we already know has been alive and has managed to breathe their first breath and maintain it, than one who we don't know whether they will maintain it within the first 2 or 3 weeks of their birth,
Right.
or even the
Right.
first 2 years of their birth. If we look at SIDS, right? My last abortion, I had a blighted ovum. It is when the embryo is created outside of the baby sac.
Oh, wow.
The
Yeah, that could
placenta
kill
and the
you.
embryo. Yeah, the placenta and the embryo. So the baby sac was created right next to where the baby is, and the baby is attached here outside it. And I didn't know. I showed no signs whatsoever because I had no symptoms. And until I was just bleeding one day, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? So then I took myself to hospital, and then the symptoms started coming in when my mind clocked into the fact that I was pregnant. But I was already 9 weeks by that point. And normally I would have symptoms by about 7 weeks. I would be like, I'd be in the toilet vomiting. I'd be having hives. I'd be not able to sleep. Everything would be stinking, but I didn't have any. And somebody would tell you, no, don't have an abortion. It is God's will. Let God do what he's supposed to do.
Right.
To me, that's just stupidity.
Yeah, it is. I had this discussion with my students today. We were talking about the Constitution, and one of the kids brought up about the abortion laws. And I said, what if she's a mother and she has 5 children already, and she's pregnant, and it's between her life and the baby's life? Does the mother die and leave 6 orphan children? Or does she sacrifice one child to still be there to raise the other 5?
Yeah. Use the word unalive because TikTok she gets into her feelings, this TikTok.
Oh.
Exactly. That is my question as well. That is my question as well. Like, whose life is more important? The one who is yet to be seen, or the one who's already been seen? Because I've been looking at the laws that some people are trying to pass in America, where they're trying to create an unaliving sentence for a woman who has an abortion. And that's mad to me.
Because they want to eat
That's
the
mad.
babies. Because they're
That's
a
mad to
bunch
me.
of pedos. Our country is ran by men, and when women are not in place to protect children, the men do the most horrific things. And now they're being accused of actually eating children. And it's disgusting. And I believe that it's true. I believe that's what they're doing. There's a man there was a chef in Los Angeles, and the name of his restaurant is The Cannibal. And he's literally serving human flesh. It's disgusting. There's no law in the United States that prohibits cannibalism. And
That's crazy.
no federal law. And the only state in the United States that has a law against it is Iowa.
Wow.
It's disgusting. And this
crazy.
Jeffrey Epstein, the guy who owns the restaurant in Los Angeles, was his private chef. So all these billionaires that run our country, they're being accused of eating children. That's what they're actually being accused of.
So
Not
when
just-
people want to come and say men are leaders on account of them providing because they work and make money, that sends red flags to me, because look at what some of the people with money do. A lot of people who have a lot of money, have they shown, especially when they're males, have they shown good qualities of how to use that money, or they use it to oppress other people and to do heinous acts on planet Earth?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me, because when I was reading on some of these laws that they're suggesting, and I'm thinking to myself, so you want to punish a person for unaliving an embryo who hasn't yet developed all of their nervous system in order to feel pain, by unaliving the person who unalived them? Then who unalives you for unaliving that person? Because if you are saying unaliving a baby is a crime that only deserves unaliving, then who unalives the person who unalives the mother?
Right. Good
Because
point.
you have also committed a crime against that mother. That's why the chair and all of the unaliving sentences were eradicated in very many countries, because it becomes a circular thing where, how do you say that person had no right to take another person's life, but you have a right to take their life? How does that make sense? And
Right.
who judges the judge? What if you are biased and you are just being unfair? And for me, it's absolutely scary what's happening.
Yeah.
And my kid's dad keeps on saying, "Oh, need to make sure the kids' passports are ready just in case you and the kids need to leave, because I don't trust what's going on with this country and I need you guys to be safe." And this is a guy I broke up with about 4 years ago. He still gives a shit about our safety.
Mm-hmm.
He still gives a shit about what happens to us. And then you will find other people who are in a relationship, in a marriage, their own husband will be like, "Don't give a shit. I won't go on holiday with you." And you're not the first person who say that my husband would not go on holiday with me. I used to date a guy once who wouldn't go on holiday with me on my birthday.
Oh wow.
So I said, it's fine. He had already paid his half. And I said, I'm not giving you your half because you've changed your mind because we had a spat. It's fine. Don't worry about it. When I came back from holiday, he was texting me. I was like, "Who are you?" He was like, "Well, it's me." "Are you back?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm back. But what do you want?" He was like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in a week. I want to see you." I'm like, "No. You didn't want to see me during the week when it was my birthday. Why do you want to see me now? Forget it. I don't want to be with you."
It's
And it
crazy.
shocked him. I was like, honestly, no. If you don't want to spend time with me when it's the most important time to me, then you are not worth me crying over. And I went on
Really?
holiday and I had the best time. I had the best time. I'm not even going to lie. I invited my sister and her boyfriend, and we went and we had all the seafood we could find, and we just enjoyed ourselves. We did.
I'm so glad that you
Dixie
did.
Danger. Dixie Danger says, maybe your man isn't. My man isn't what? A leader? A leader? My question is, why would a grown adult need to be led? It's not something to shame somebody about that they don't have a leader, because you are asking them to put themselves in a place of being sheep. Like, I'm not stupid. I've not stopped my brain has not stopped working. I have sense and sensibility. I have goals. I don't need another parent after I leave my parents' house to tell me what to do with my life. In fact, for me, it's even worse. I left Zimbabwe when I was like 18, almost turning 19, and I came to England to go to university. So before I decided to be in a serious relationship, I was by myself most of the time, doing my own thing and managing my own life, paying my own bills, traveling, going places, doing things by myself. I never needed a man to stop me and say, "Well, you need to dress this way. Well, you need to eat this way. Well, you need to get this job." In fact, I got myself into a job. I had a plan to become a manager. I worked my ass off and got myself into becoming a manager within 6 months of having joined that company. I became a manager. I was one of the best managers, to the point I was training other managers in different restaurants. And I was only 21, 22. Now that when I get married, people expect me to start being led. Do you see how stupid that is? Like, when did I stop thinking for myself? When did I become incapable of making good decisions for myself? Is it on account of having a vagina?
I think the only way that a man can truly, truly, truly lead is by being humble himself, by serving, by, you know, being understanding that his role as a leader is to serve. It's not, if you actually read the scriptures, it says that God came and he said, "The greatest among you shall be a servant." And if you
Absolutely.
want to lead, you can show your sons how to open doors for women, how to carry groceries, how to care, how to love the right way.
Absolutely. And this is the problem. When they hear the word leader, they think they've been placed above somebody. The best way you can lead is by being servitudinal to the people around you, not being pompous and being above them. That's not how you lead. Your team is going to fail because at some point they're going to resent you. They're going to look at you like you are controlling them. The best way, if you are a husband, if you want to be a leader and you claim to be a leader, is to have your wife the most successful person ever. Allow your wife
Yeah.
to flourish, be the best version of herself. Because we know for a fact women have been leading their husbands for millennia because they allow their husbands to flourish. And on top of that, they sort out all of their needs, their meals, their clothes, their comfortability, their schmexor needs, their mental needs, their everything. Women have been doing it. Whereas women have only been given a paycheck. At the end of the day, they've only been given a paycheck. And if they complain, for a long time, it was a slap. And then the police would turn up and say, well, it's a domestic, we can't get involved. Can you imagine we actually lived in a country where if a wife gets beat up by a husband, the police would turn away and say it's a domestic. He's your husband. What do
Girl,
you want
in
us
the
to do?
United States, it was legal for a man to beat his wife. It was written in the laws that it was legal for a man to beat his wife with a switch no bigger than the width of his thumb. Isn't that crazy? It was legal.
That is well crazy.
And women in
That is
America were not allowed to have a bank account until
yeah.
I want to say my mother wasn't allowed to have a bank account. My own mother.
I think that was everywhere. And women were not allowed to take out loans without a man signing up for the loan, being a guarantor, or to get mortgages, or to even own properties. Especially here in the UK, if you wanted your father's property, you had to be married and the property had to be in your husband's name. Even though most fathers knew the husband would be at the tavern sleeping with the local bicycle. And the man would be having more children outside and cheating on his wife and possibly leaving the wife to go and enjoy himself with whoever he's enjoying outside. But you weren't allowed to inherit properties from your father. If your father only had daughters, the daughters had to be married in order to inherit anything from their father. It was like that in my country as well at some point, but it's changed a lot. And my father would never dream of doing such nonsense. The way he loves us and the way he cherishes us and the way he treats us just as equal as his sons is like he would never see us being left with nothing just because we are female.
That's
because
where you get your
he
glow
learned his
from.
lesson.
That's
Yeah.
where that glow comes from. You have
I mean,
good self-worth and value.
yeah, he did once follow what his family told him to do, and he regretted it really badly. And he lost the best woman he ever had in his life, which is my mom. Until now, he still looks at her like, if only she could get back with me. Because when she was with him, they elevated each other. They created success. We were dirty rich growing up. Rich to the point of having drivers to school. Like not just one or two. Drivers, we had cars on the front yard. We had maids. We had what in my country we call them garden boys. They're people who take care of your orchard and your lawns and all of that stuff.
Wow.
That's how we grew up. And my family had 3 businesses. That's how much when they worked together as a team, that's how much they grew and they became the most successful people in our community.
Can I ask you something?
And then yeah, go ahead.
When they separated, who flourished more after they divorced?
My mom.
Yep.
My mom. I mean, she was depressed for a while because she really looked at this guy like we did everything together.
Yep.
And then because he listened to his family told him that, oh, you have all these properties and all these lands and all this money, but you don't have sons. Who's going to take your wealth when you pass on? And then he wanted a son. That's how he started cheating on my mom and trying to get a son. And unfortunately, the woman my mom then was not standing around for it, because at that point people were allowed to have 2 wives or 3 or whatever. My mom was like, I'm not going to be a first wife with a second wife. You can have your fun thing. I'm leaving. So they went through court, divorced. My mom was given the house and everything. His family came and bullied my mom out of it. But the house belongs to my mom, so it belongs to us girls now because his family chased my mom out. But anyway,
What?
He then yeah, it happens because we grew up. It's just like these traditional people without enough law, and because he had so much money, it was so hard to get the protection that my mom needed. But anyway, it was fine. She wasn't broke. She had her own houses, she had her own businesses. So but then the woman he married had no education. She was younger and fertile, as my grandmother once said, but she had no education. No education, no idea about how to make money, no idea about how to sustain a company, how to maintain wealth, and all of that important things. This is why I say to guys, marry a woman who has knowledge of commerce, entrepreneurship, wealth, and investing, all of that thing, because your children need a future. And you know what all of my stepmother did was siphon money out of my father until he had almost up to nothing.
Wow.
This is what happens a lot of the times but she's a submissive and she wanted a leader and he's a leader. But my dad doesn't like claiming those titles though, because my dad is so easygoing. He just can't be bothered with all that shit. Right. But he ended up shooting himself in the foot by doing that. And up till now, he still regrets leaving my mom because his life was good when she was there.
Yeah.
Or
How
doing
long?
what he did because she left him.
How long were they
I was
together?
about 13. They were together. God, like old school parents. This is the problem, and I've literally found out that a lot of our fathers and grandfathers were perverted. They married children. My mom was 18 or just about to turn 18 when my father married her, and he was already in his 30s.
Oh, wow.
And they were together maybe about 18 years, I think, something stupid like that. And I was about 13, but I had already made a decision before I met them, before they separated, that I did not believe in marriage for my own reasons. So whatever happened to them didn't influence me in any way, shape, or form. I had already made that decision, and I had already decided I wouldn't follow the traditional lobola stuff. So when I got with the father of my kids, I told him just to send a token, so that they understand that he's not disrespecting them and our culture. It is me who has told him that I don't want to be paid for or bought from my parents because I don't want to be owned.
It may
But
not have affected you or influenced you negatively, but it did influence you. It made you wiser and stronger. It
absolutely,
helped you to define your
absolutely,
purpose. Yeah.
absolutely. And it really showed me that sometimes men don't make good decisions.
Right. Yes,
It
because this is
did.
a man you love with all your heart. You
Yeah,
love him, and you're not
absolutely.
saying this out of hate or malice. You're saying this out of you've learned. You saw it with your
Yeah.
firsthand.
Firsthand from the one man who should have modeled what this leadership is. But thankfully, he doesn't claim none of those stupid titles. My dad is very easygoing. In my African culture, we have these men who are leaders to a point when they have a seat that belongs to them in the house. When food is served, they need to be served first. When a chicken is when a woman is cooking a full chicken, they deserve certain parts of the chicken and not the children. My dad was never like that.
Wow.
Every single breakfast, I used to raid his breakfast. I'd wake up, sit in front of him, and I eat that. And he would just be like, push it over to me, and he would just eat the toast, and I don't like toast. He would eat the toast, and I'll eat the eggs, the bacon, the tomatoes, everything. And then my mom would pass by and be like, can you let him eat? That's why he's so skinny. I'll be like, but he doesn't mind. My dad would be like, I don't mind. Do you know what I mean? When he got with my stepmom, because she believes in this leadership and submissiveness business, she did not understand the dynamic between my dad and his daughters, us. Because we would sit down and she would cook a full chicken, and then she would give him the drumsticks, the juicy parts, the
Yeah, the dark
drumsticks.
meat. Yep.
Yeah, the dark meat, the drumstick, the thighs, or the chicken wings. And my dad would look at his plate like, what is this nonsense? I would look at my plate and there's a chicken breast in there, or the neck, or the back of a chicken, and I'm like, I look at my dad's plate and I'm like, let's swap. And my dad would be like, yeah. And then we swap. My stepmom used to get so annoyed, like, why would you take my husband's food? You should respect your father. Hey, he works really hard. That food belongs to him. My dad corrected it. I looked at her really confused because I wasn't brought up like that. My dad looked at her and he said, I work so that my kids can eat, not that so that I can have everything. I work really hard so these children can have everything. And my dad doesn't like dark meat. He likes breast piece. He likes the white meat. so she had to really fall in line really fast and understand that she couldn't come between me and between her husband and his daughters, because he always taught us, if you grow up, don't just get married to any Tom, Dick, and Harry. And if you do get married and he puts hands on you, come back to your father's house. I am still here. And if you do get married and he's abusing you and making you eat vegetables every day and all of, come back to your father's house. I am still here. I will never ever want you to suffer on account of being married, and that it will shame my house if you're not married. And that's the lesson my father taught me ever since.
Wow, that's a
And
blessing.
even up till now, even up till now, if I have any problems, he checks in almost every single day. And I'm grown now. I'm like, I've got 3 kids, Dad. My oldest is in high school, and I am managed. He'll still be asking, girls, are you okay? How are you? I miss you so much. My life is this without you. The love he has, even though he was encouraged by the wrong people to go and try and have sons. He absolutely realizes every child is just as important as the other. The gender of the child doesn't make them the best to have in your family.
So did he ever have a son?
Yeah, he's got 2 now.
Uh,
He's got 2 sons now, but that's a story for another day. But for me, this submissiveness and leadership, patriarchy created a system where men who are older could marry younger women so they could have a reason to subjugate those women.
oh yeah.
That's why society will look sideways at a woman who will marry somebody younger than her, even if the guy is 1 year younger, 2 years younger, 3 years younger. I have dated guys who are younger than me, and I still question myself because it's indoctrinated in our brains that it is for the woman to be younger rather than for the man, which is, for me, it's like, why? Why does one gender get all the benefits and the other only gets a little bit from society? It's just crazy for me.
Biologically, we are more mature, so it kind of, I think they have to go down because they're not
Thank you,
mature.
Harry. Yeah, because and then also they also know that because a lot of guys, if they're not married by the time they're about 30, 35, they still want a girl who is under 25. They'll still feel some type of way getting a girl who's 28. A lot of them, they will, because they know that she's wiser now. She's a little bit more clued up now. I can't pull wool over her eyes. Thank you, Grand Rising. Guys, there's a treasure box there. Oh, sorry, there's a gift box. Click it. Send the message that's inside the gift box so you can get some coins for me. Thank you, Grand Rising. So they know that before she's 25, her frontal lobe is not developed enough yet. Oh, Harry, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. They know that her frontal lobe is not developed enough yet, so they can take advantage of her. They can run rings around her, fool her, subjugate her, put her in a place where she needs to say yes sir, yes sir, and they will prove to her that I know more about life than you do because I'm older than you. That's why when we have this discussion, a lot of guys will come up and say, well, a man is a good decision maker because he knows more about life than the woman. Like how? Was she brought up in a chicken coop where she didn't see what's outside? Was she brought up with wool on her eyes where she didn't experience things and see what's outside? And that's why a lot of guys will say, oh, a woman with high body count is not good, but a man is allowed to have a high body count, because they know they take their time to experience all of the roses they can find.
That's why they're all
Smell every
impotent.
single one. Yeah.
Scientifically, when a man sleeps around with multiple partners, he develops erectile dysfunction earlier
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
a lot of these men out here trying to date in their 40s and 50s there's no purpose for them to date. They have nothing to offer anymore.
Yeah. And it is absolutely, especially lately with the high rise of corn, a lot of guys from early as 30 are developing erectile dysfunction, which is sad
Yeah.
because they're doing the death grip on that thing and just yanking it far too much. It's losing all of its feelings. It's just, by the time it's done, it's limp. It's like an overripe banana. It's but yeah, all of this submission and leadership is all because they know they're gonna marry somebody who's younger, because society has given them that right to say you are supposed to marry somebody younger. My question is, why don't you have a buffer that says 7 plus or 7 minus is my buffer for dating and marriage? Because around that age range, we might be on the same wavelength of thinking. We might be on the same wavelength of goals and creating success for our family. And then there are some people who like to convince themselves that a woman who is in her 30s, her eggs are too dry or whatever, they're not as vital for child rearing and procreation, which isn't true. We are born, there is this old saying that says, I was inside my grandmother's womb or something stupid like that. When I give birth to my daughter, when she was inside my womb, she was already carrying her future generation.
Yeah.
That's how it happens with women. Your eggs are created from when you are still inside your mother's uterus.
Mm-hmm.
Your supply of eggs is created when you are still there, right? But for men, you create sperms every single day because sperm mortality is very low.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it high? Well, they unalive themselves far too quicker than eggs.
Yes.
Eggs will unalive once a month, yeah. Eggs will unalive once a month. One will be released once a month, and then if it's not fertilized, then it will, and then your silo or your pantry of eggs where you store your eggs then depletes. It doesn't replenish itself, which means you have fewer eggs to work with. Whereas males who create loads and loads and loads and loads of sperms because most of them are not vital. And as they get to the age of 30, their sperm mortality, it gets even worse. And the quality of sperm is even worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scientifically, it has been looked at that the swimmers, they lose, the tail just does not swim as fast. The numbers of sperm contained per however much they're measuring is no longer the same amount. The amount of birth defects from faulty sperms rises higher after the age of 30 for a man.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then people want to speak against women consistently and say to women, no, marry when you are still young. Do you know why? Because they want younger women to marry before they get wiser and to be marrying older men who now don't have an opportunity to get somebody else or to get somebody else on their age because all of their age mates have been taken.
Yeah. I've been telling I have 2 daughters, one is 26 and one is 20. And I told them, don't get married until you feel like you've accomplished everything you want to accomplish first. Go get your education, all of that. And I'm a teacher, I'm a school teacher. And I just had this conversation with my students today, talking about waiting and prioritizing yourself first. And it's a new way for girls to be taught and to think because it goes against everything society's been teaching. And I really love your platform because it's bringing awareness, not just to women, but to men. Some of these men come in here, they'll listen for a while. They can't help it. They get so aggravated by this topic that they have no choice. They listen in and believe it or not, but they're learning too, so this is good all the way around.
Yeah. They are listening. It's still getting in somewhere, somehow. It's still getting in. I never wanted to have kids, and I told my mom I didn't want to get kids. I don't want to get married, and she was so sad. But then she understood because we've always grown up being independent and being told we're supposed to do what we want with our lives, not what we are told to do. So when I got pregnant by mistake in 2011, and I was carrying twins, and my mind was just like, I got so attached to that pregnancy, and I was very excited. And then I changed my mind about having children. So the following year, I got pregnant again, and again I was carrying twins, but unfortunately, I lost one at 9 weeks, which is like that happens with my body all the time. Around 8-9 weeks, I usually have a miscarriage or something. So anyway, I had my first child, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. Then I was like, I need a second. Then I was like, I need a third. So now I have 3 kids. And my mom is like, she's like, well, at least you did it off your own back without being told by somebody else. Because if it was because of somebody else, I know you'd be like, oh, this is why I don't have money, because you people made me get pregnant. You people made me have children, blah, blah, blah. But I always told myself, if I'm ever gonna do it, I'll do it after I'm 25, after I've finished, I've done whatever I wanted to do. By the time I had my first child, I was already a manager of a restaurant. I was already training other managers. I was already, enjoying my life. I'd already experienced as much as I wanted to experience. And my mom always told me, don't rush to get married like I did, because she was married at 18. She said, go out, go clubbing, travel the world, make money, educate yourself, experience relationships before you settle down and marry somebody, because you don't want to get to the point where your children are at a certain age and now you are looking for that fun and excitement that you didn't have in your youth. And I followed my mom's words, so I had my first child at 27, and I don't regret it whatsoever, because by that time I was ready to relax and to just chill and to not stress myself with trying to find out what my skill sets are, what career I want to be into, and all of these things. No, I didn't have to chase children around whilst trying to work.
Right.
I had a good man who really was like, okay, you stay at home, I'll work. And he never held it over my head to say, oh, I'm the leader, you should submit to me. No, it was never like that. Because
No, you were
after
too
my kids
strong
were a
for
certain
that.
age, yeah, after my kids were a certain age and he wanted to stop working, I was like, yeah, that's fine. And this was during COVID. I was like, that's fine. I'm working now and I'm making enough money for the both of us. You stay at home, you do what you want to do. And he wanted to explore writing. And now he's doing a master's in writing and he's scoring the highest scores. And he's in his late 40s, but he's doing absolutely amazing. And it just goes to show, when you support each other, you accomplish your life goals, and nobody feels jealous of the other or competes with the other. And for me, that's healthier than
Yes.
somebody being subjugated for years and years and years and years and years and waiting for their turn to finally be heard and seen and be allowed to explore what they want to do with their life. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah. I'm so proud of you though. I really love your story.
I tried. I'm not still with the father of my kids, but we're really good friends. We respect each other even up till now. We
Well,
respect each other
I'm
and we
sure you
support
have
each
a great
other.
reason. Whatever your reason
Yeah,
is,
yeah, yeah.
I'm sure it was all his fault.
It's a great reason. And he watches my live stream and he always says, sometimes when you're talking about our story, I don't want you to mince your words and try and hide the fact of what happened. I will hold myself accountable and I don't mind you saying exactly what you need to say. And to me, that's just a testament on how much he's grown as a person, to be getting to that point of saying, you know, I'm never going to run away from my faults and try and say, oh no, hold me to high regard so people can respect me. No. So when I tell about the good things about him, I'm not mincing my words at all. I'm not. I'm literally saying exactly what it is. I don't like sharing the bad things that happened between the two of us, because I don't take pride in it, and I wouldn't want other people to see it and say, oh, well, but they're still best friends. So maybe we could go through the same thing and we can still figure out a way to be together and keep together. No, 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 no. Certain boundaries, once they're crossed, just leave it alone and just don't go back. It's absolutely fine to be single. You can co-parent separately and be the best of friends and still support each other and still have each other's back without having to sleep together and all of these things. Last week, because it was Mother's Day, I made macaroni cheese and I made a big bowl because the kids are always at his house, and I sent it to his house. And he never asked me to do these things, but it is what it is. He's buying a new car. He took me to the garage and says, what do you think of this car? Do you like it? Would you see yourself driving this car? I was like, it's not my car. Why are you asking me? He was like, well, you're going to be on the insurance because you'll still be able to drive it. I was like, okay, whatever. But that's, the dynamic that we have now that we've learned as adults. What happened, sometimes you get things wrong, but you still, as a human being, it's not about competing
You're right.
at
You're
all.
not bitter or resentful. You've moved on in a healing, healthy way.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's not bitter or resentful. It's not about that. The kids need happiness. The kids
Yeah.
need healthy life. The kids need a good mindset and peace. If the parents are constantly at each other's neck, they're never going to have that. And I don't have anything to be bitter at him for. And he doesn't have anything to be bitter at me for.
Right. Because you left.
Yeah.
You didn't stick around for 29 years.
I would have been bitter if I had given myself into everything and still been disappointed and then still got nothing at the end and still felt like, why did I waste all my time? I think I would have been bitter, but I have
I'm
nothing
not
to be
I'm
bitter
not
about.
bitter. I had all that happen to
Yeah,
me and I'm not bitter. I just
yeah,
feel like because I didn't have the background that you had with my family and parents, that it took
yeah,
me longer because of that. But I
yeah.
thank God that he showed me what I needed to see when,
For
through
you,
that
yeah.
whole experience. And I'm grateful that I learned what I needed to learn because that was the purpose of it all.
Somebody in the comments says, I don't fucking care. Not one person really cares. I don't know who asked you to care. The name is Cynthia Thomas. I think it's a man. Usually, a lot of these Nigerian guys will make fake accounts where they are pretending to be a woman. But yeah,
Steve
because it's a
says you're
private account.
wrong. Steve says you're
Hey,
wrong.
oh, about the prompt. I am very right. He can come and prove me wrong. You can come, Steve, you can come and prove me wrong if you want. You can come and tell me how men are leaders and why wives should submit. You can come and show me the benefits of both these people being in these power dynamics. Lynette, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. No, I just wanted to chime in the thing where they're saying that women always age faster than men. Actually, I
Yeah.
used to be an adoption officer, and I just wanted to say whenever we had a couple who wanted to adopt, we would get a medical report on their fertility. And the amount of men who are not able to father children is just equal to the number of women. We used to get
Yeah.
things like oligospermia. We used to get things like azoospermia. Some of the medical terms I could not understand them. It turns out that the sperm are so weak. That is why out of a million, only one gets to fertilize the egg. So there are so many. So this thing, they turn it on women that your eggs are depleted. A woman needs only one egg in a month, and a human being can form out of it. But a man will need millions, and even in some time, the pregnancy would not occur. The other thing why
Yeah.
you are saying that sometimes women miscarry because the sperm that fertilized the egg may not have been a normal sperm, and the woman's body assesses it, and in some time it just expels by itself. So some of the miscarriages happen not because the woman is the one who has the problem, but in the process of forming the zygote and the baby, the woman's body realizes that this thing is not gonna be normal and all that. Another thing that research is showing, people who are getting older or having children with older men are the ones who end up with children with the disability, and it has nothing to do with the woman. It has something to do with the where the sperm starts deteriorating after a man has reached a certain age. Thank you.
I've seen a lot of doctors speaking on that. That's why I would say to
Mm.
ladies, please, when you are still young, don't think you need to start getting pregnant now with your 31-year-old boyfriend or your 35-year-old boyfriend when you are in your 20s, early 20s. Grow up first, get to 27, 28, and then find somebody around your age. Find somebody around your
Mhm.
age, have children with that person, and then try and see if you can have a future together. Marrying an older man does not mean you are getting a mature man. Their maturity does not come with age. Look at, is it
True.
Regina? What's her name in Nigeria? Regina, is it Regina Daniels, the one who married that old government person who is 60, and then he ended up abusing her, mistreating her, ill-treating her, and then she was on social media crying, and she married him when she was what? It's absolutely ridiculous. When she was in her early 20s and he's 60. By the time he was 64, she was 23.
Oh.
A whole grown man wanting
That's
a woman who's
disgusting.
40 years younger than him. That's really, for me, that's perverted to a certain level. It's just like,
Oh.
nah.
But that just goes to show you how they objectify women. We are meat. We are not thoughts and feelings and human. We're just objects and meat, you know? I've seen, since I've been on your panel before, I saw another panel. It was a man running the panel. And some of the stuff that he had to say, that he was saying, there were educated, intelligent women in the panel trying to reason with him. And I had to leave because I was just like, there is no way that I'm going to sit here and argue with a man. If he thinks he's right, there's nothing you can say. He's not going to
There's
hear
nothing.
what you're wasting your time. And I would
Yeah.
rather talk with women who understand, who agree, who resonate, than to sit there and listen to a man in his ego just trying to prove that he's right. So whenever I see panels like that, I avoid them. I'm like, I would not give my time to that. With this conversation, this is healing. This is growth. This is positive, and men hate it because it's not supporting their bullshit. But I
Absolutely.
think that this is a great message that you're putting out and that you're welcoming people to come in and challenge you. Do you notice how they have something to say in the comments, but they don't ever want to join?
Yeah, a lot of the times they don't want to join because they know I'll take them down. A lot of them will start saying something, and then I'll ask them the question that really shows either the bigotry or the selfishness of what they're talking about. And you see them either backtrack by lying or gaslighting or diverting the whole thing. So that because they realize they've been pushed into a corner. So they've realized they can't argue with somebody like me because I will literally show them the error of their ways and they don't like that.
Yeah, and
And they'll call me all sorts of names. Yeah.
you have the support of
They'll
like-minded women on here with you. And so that's very powerful. And that also goes to show that's why women need to support each other and stick together and have, you know, tribes. I honestly feel like my sisters and my mother and my daughters and my friends, that those are my people, you know. I have a son, but the women are my biggest supporters. That's why women get benefit from talking with each other because there's power in agreement. There's power in alignment.
absolutely. That's why I was sharing the fact that nature, I was listening to this guy speaking about how nature will choose to keep grandmothers in our mammal race, right? So between elephants, dolphins, and human beings, we are sort of like the same type of mammals. In most of the actually in most of the other mammal, no, amongst all of the mammals, and only elephants, dolphins, and humans will keep grandmothers after menopause. In other mammals, when a woman is done reproducing, she naturally fizzles out, unalives. she naturally is no longer useful for that clan, so she gets taken out, if that makes sense. But amongst elephants, dolphins, and human beings, nature has chosen to keep grandma, not grandpa, after reproduction, because, and he was saying it is because that grandmothers are needed for passing down knowledge of the race.
Right.
That's what grandmother elephants do, and that's what grandmother dolphins do, and that's what grandmother humans do. They pass down information to the future generations that have come after them. That's why you find women after reproduction, naturally they should really be fizzling out, and if you've had your menopause, you shouldn't live any longer than 5 to 10 years, but they will last another 20 to 40 years because they are necessary for the purpose of our race getting information for how to be good people and how to carry on living on this planet Earth. Because women are nurturing, they keep the earth alive. They care about the future generations, whereas a lot of guys are more destructive. That's why they would go to war. That's why they'll start wars instead of talking. That's why they don't even respect I've seen the pictures that are coming from Iran. Children that have been harmed and damaged by all of the explosions going on in that country. And then all of the infrastructure destroyed. Schools, hospitals, families, societies destroyed, and men don't even feel guilty about it. Whereas the majority of women will be like, no, it's not right to destroy somebody else's country. Can we not talk about it? Can we not fix it in another way? Look at what is it Finland right now? Their whole cabinet most of their cabinet is women, and look at how successful it's becoming because of is it Finland or Iceland? I can't remember. It's one of them. But their whole government, most of them is women, and it's working out better for the country because there's a lot of protective laws that are being put for both women, children, and men, so that the country is successful, rather than laws that allow criminals to carry on committing crimes and hurting people, which destroys societies. And if you look at countries where it is run predominantly by a male cabinet, look at the laws that they have around protecting women and children. Half the time, the laws, they're shit. Half the time, the laws are shit. That's why you will find a guy will be taken to court for raping a girl at university campus, and the judge will be like, well, he has a promising future, so we're gonna give him 1 year suspended for 4 years, forgetting that he has destroyed the future of the woman, of the girl that he has raped.
Right.
What about her promising future?
Because she's
How
destroyed.
does she get? She is destroyed completely. Her mindset is never going to be the same. Her trajectory in life is never going to be the same. She's going to suffer consistently over and over and over again. And I'm speaking from somebody who's been sexually abused different times in my life, from about the age of 6, by cousins, by friends, by, in different situations. I tell you right now, when I go into dating, I don't like it when a man picks me out of, if I'm out in a club and a guy asks me out, I will look at you sideways like, no, you just want me for my body. If I'm on a dating site and you ask me out, no, I like to do the picking. I do, because I've created a safety net around myself, which says, if I have seen who you are and I've studied who you are, and then I have decided that you are worth my time and my energy, then you have the right to be in my space. But if it's you who's made those decisions, I am not safe, and I'm not going to go there.
Right.
And these are some of the things, and that's just the bare minimum of what happens to somebody who's been sexually abused. Some people would just refuse completely to have any relations with other people. Some people will not even enjoy any schmecks because they'll close up. It happens to me quite often, and I have to methodically teach myself to not think about those things that have happened to me when I'm with somebody, so that it doesn't disturb my enjoyment.
Yeah, and I think that, our with our country, the way that things are going over here, I want the whole entire cabinet to come down. I want
Yeah,
all of it to come down. They're
I
so
think it
slow.
should.
I don't understand why our president is not in handcuffs. I don't understand. Like we have a soldier who he was in the army. I don't know if you've heard about this guy. His name was uh William Sasha. No, I think I'm getting his name wrong. William Sasha Riley, I believe. I could have it backwards, but he was in the army. He was in the United States Army. And one of the people that he was in the army with got caught looking at pornography, on his
Yeah,
computer.
corn. Yeah,
Yeah, so they
yeah,
they took his computer and they used facial recognition software and found that this other soldier was in the video as a child. And they went to him and they asked him, "Is this you? Did you ever do a video with blah, blah, blah?" And he said, "Yes." And they said, "You look young. Were you a child?" And he said, "Yes. That happened to me several times as a child. I was trafficked." And he told them that our president raped him 3 times in his lifetime. He's in our United States Army when he's being questioned, when they found the video footage, and he told his story. And
yeah.
the fact that he's still there and not put in prison is just baffling to me.
It's just telling about the laws that are created by men for men. It's all to never hold them accountable for the heinous things that they do. So that, when we were growing up, we used to have this saying, boys will be boys. Oh, he's just a boy. Oh, did he smack you? Oh, he's just a boy. Did he kick you? Oh, he's just a boy. That horrible statement has carried on into adulthood. Oh, he raped a girl. He's just a boy. What was she wearing? He raped another guy. Oh, he's just a boy. He's experimenting with his sexuality. The excuses society will make just so that males can get away with heinous crimes towards each other, towards women, towards children, is baffling to me. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We live in a world right now that if women don't take over power, and normally I don't campaign for women to take over power, but some of the things that I'm seeing right now, like for instance, France is threatening to go over, is it to Burkina Faso or wherever Joseph Traore is from, the president who's now making free healthcare for his country and schooling for his country and all of these things, and changing the way that his African country looks like, the one that he runs. They're threatening to go and get rid of him. And the world just sits back and waits, because a lot of guys like to compete with power, but they forget that they are hurting systems that should be in place so that humanity flourishes and carries on without strife, without struggle, without hate, without anger, in peace. But they love the competition. They've seen that this guy is doing something great for his country. They want to take him down just so that they can put him on his knees and show the country that you are not free yet from your colonizers. And this is what happens when men are in charge. They don't think about the bigger picture. Hi,
Absolutely.
Bubbling G.
I saw this
Bubbling G says,
video. This man was challenging other men, and they were saying why women shouldn't be in power is because we're too emotional. And well, what if we're on our period and we hit the button to send nuclear weapons, right? And so the guy said, "You know what?" He said, statistically, men are responsible for 90% of all violent crimes. And violent
yeah,
crimes are they're emotional.
Exactly.
they are. Yeah, because they're powered by anger and frustration. And it's all because I told you what to do. I want you to do what I want you to do. You have no right to go against my will because I am above you. Now, if you don't do it, I am going to assert and exert violence upon you. And that's the kind of world we live in when men are in charge. Liana, good evening. How are you?
I'm
That's a
good and
horrible
yourself?
story.
So, Liana, what's your take on the topic? Should husbands be leaders and wives be submissive?
Yo, I will listen to you guys.
What's
I
your
have no
opinion?
topic.
No, I have a topic. Can you see this orange box above me? That's the topic. We are here discussing leadership and submissiveness in relationships.
You're sorry, man. I'm sorry. You
I don't know. I don't
relationship
know
and
what you
stuff, but
said.
I will put my opinion in it. Actually,
Go ahead.
so there actually, what is this the name? I'm a closer, ne? Do you know closers?
I'm
Huh?
Zimbabwean, so not really no. I know they come from South Africa, but I
Oh,
don't know them personally.
okay. So the topic, like, what what can I say actually? I'm not sure. I'll just listen to you guys.
So I'm of the opinion that
So
husbands should not be leaders and wives should not submit. Or basing off the account that when a wife is submissive, she doesn't benefit anything in that relationship for that submission. And it is an unhealthy place to put yourself when you are submissive and you are underneath somebody who has power over you. And the leadership that a lot of men claim, I don't believe they are leaders because they don't show leadership qualities either in relationships or
that's
in
true.
our general society. Let me give you an example because you said you wanted to listen. So, if we look at how many wives, so I live in the UK. Let me give you one statistic. One statistic here in the UK, 54% of married women will report their husband for sexually assaulting or raping them. I have to use those words because TikTok doesn't like using the proper words. They will ban me if I use the proper words they did on Friday. So if you look at 54% of married women, that means more than 50%, which is the general public of married people, they are having problems where somebody who is supposed to be a leader should have self-control, respect, and should have compassion, should have empathy, should have accountability, and should know what is right and what is wrong, but they go and abuse their own wife. If we look at domestic violence where women get either hands on their bodies or they
Detail.
get unalived by their husbands, in the UK again it's one woman every 3 days gets unalived, which means her life gets taken by her male companion, somebody who lives close to her who is a male. So that already, in my opinion, demotes husbands from being leaders. And then if we look at the police and how many reports there is of violent crimes and heinous crimes towards women and children, you will find that it is mainly men, not women, who are doing these things. So again, that demotes husbands from being leaders. So what do you think about that?
I think the way you just put it, it's sad, ne, for women's, yabo, and as very like if like you like a husband, yeah, when he's working and a woman is not working, he took that advantage of that situation, yabo, um, by doing what by what is this word? by by was yeah The topic is good, ne? But it's just that I don't know how to speak English properly, yabo.
You are
I
speaking English properly. We can hear you. I can understand you. Just say what you want to say. You don't have to mince your words. Um, just speak your truth. So when a husband is working, what happens?
He took that advantage of, okay, when a husband is working and a woman he's not working, yabo. So a husband he will took advantage of that situation, like uh, uh, what's the yeah. So remember, I can't.
Like what? Does he take advantage as in like he's going to oppress his wife, or it gives him the
The
position to be a
power,
leader? The power.
yes,
It gives
yes,
him power.
yeah, the power to
So the
to
power to
do
do what,
bad
go on?
things, to do bad things. He have that sense of humor. I am the man. You must follow my rules. This is my house. You don't have nothing in this house. You are just a woman. Uh, like they bully, like I don't know. They bully women emotionally and physically actually. And yeah, like I don't know how to speak English properly.
No, you are presenting it quite well. You are saying it in the very simplest of terms, which makes sense, which I absolutely applaud you for, because that is the truth. A lot of guys will claim leadership because they work and their wife stays at home, which by you said it absolutely right. They use it to take advantage of their wives and to bully them, to place them in a place in a position of submissiveness.
Yes, yes, yes. But your English is very good. I admire your English. Your talking, you talk smooth. So for me, it's hard for me. Yeah, it's hard. But this topic
It's
is
all right.
very
I
wise.
understand.
This topic
Thank
is very
you.
wise. People must know this, must know
Absolutely.
this. So, like they must know how to treat women, how to to fulfill their needs, and to respect women. Like we are as men, like we have that sense of humor. We 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 have that sense of humor. We own women. Women, they don't have uh right to do anything. We control them and stuff. We control them. We have that sense of humor as men. Yeah, Abu. And yeah,
And it's not a good thing, is it?
yes. So remember, I have
It's fine.
leak of of self esteem actually. I was
All
being
right.
bullied at school when I was young, so I don't believe in myself.
Right, right. You're doing really,
That's
really
why.
well. You got it. You got it absolutely right. Honestly, not gonna lie, you said it absolutely right. Because a lot of guys, when they come up onto the panel to tell me why they should be leaders and why their wives should be submissive, they talk about controlling ideologies. They talk about owning their wives. They say things like, she's my property. I paid lobola for her. She's my wife. She has my last name. I approached her. They take it as if it's their birthright because now they are married. Now
Yes,
I can put you in a place where you are under my feet.
yes, yes. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to address. But like, yeah, Jesus. Yeah. Okay.
It's absolutely true. I mean, a lot of women will tell us that they've experienced such behaviors from their husbands or from their partners, which is sad. Absolutely sad.
But uh just give me 2 minutes.
Guys, click the purple box. Let me put a treasure box as well. Click the purple box and the orange box to get some coins from me. The purple box will ask you to send the what's it called? The comment that I have pre-generated in the box, and the yellow box will allow 20, I think, I don't know how many people have put, I think 5 people to win some coins from me. So take advantage. Back to Source says, I'm happy to see women worldwide getting on the same page. Absolutely. It makes me so happy when I see it happening. It makes me so happy. And guys, just to let you know, TikTok has shadow banned my account, especially since last week, Friday. I got banned and I had to do a course because I had a guest who was saying words that are not permitted by TikTok. And because I didn't drop them as fast as I should have, I got banned for about 4 days. But I had to do a course and then they allowed me to come up. That's why the numbers are very low today. So when you do watch my live stream, and at some point they will send a survey to say, do you think any of my videos, if you see them on the FYP, they'll ask you if this is useful for TikTok. Please help me and just click yes, so that they put me back onto the FYP, because right now they've shadow banned me. So I'm not actually coming up on a lot of people's FYP. And they've reduced my numbers from being able to be seen by 13,000 people a night to now only about 1,000 per night, which is like crazy. But I know some of it, sometimes they do want me to use my own finance to get TikTok to sponsor my videos so that I can get more views. But we're gonna try and do it the organic way. Back to Source and said, and the men are crashing out. Honestly, honey, you've missed what's happened in the last few weeks. A lot of guys were just crashing out in the comments, on the panel. I've been called so many names. I've been told that I'm bitter. I've been told that I'm single and I'm needy and nobody wants me and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, guys, this is a conversation about equality. How does equality make you get your back up so bad that you start verbally abusing another person? Equality, one of the things that everybody deserves and everybody needs in life. The right to be able to do what you do. The right to be able to be seen and heard the same way that you are seen and heard. The right to be respected the way you want to be respected. The right to be kept safe. The right to be appreciated and loved and cherished the same way you want to be loved and cherished. How does that make you so angry that I'm teaching women to have those rights, that now you gotta start abusing me? It's just so funny to me. It's just so funny to me. It just doesn't make sense, right? It just doesn't compute. Christina says the men are at the men at the commercial break. And Bubbling G has just sent us a link to what's happened in India. So I don't know if you guys can copy and paste it. Apparently a 9-year-old girl got pregnant in India. The family were campaigning for the person who got her pregnant to get imprisoned or something like that. And then through investigating, they found out it was a 11-year-old brother. And after they found out it was a 11-year-old brother, the courts were begging the girl to leave the case and have mercy on him. You see the world we live in. What about her? The damage it's done to her. Back to so say they're mad that their logic is not logicking anymore. Absolutely. They don't even come here with any research. They don't come here with any proven statistics, any substantial research or critical thinking. They don't come here with anything to actually argue the fact that they should be leaders. And I honestly, if I could have superpowers, right, I would save every single woman. It's a wish that I wish people had superpowers, because imagine a 9-year-old girl got impregnated by her own 11-year-old brother, and now the courts are telling her to be lenient with him. Who's lenient with her? And apparently the parents have left her in hospital and they don't want her anymore. Oh my gosh. And this is the other problem. Why women, sometimes when we get married, we start worshiping our husbands so much. That's why some pygmies will come here and fight. My husband's a leader. He's a leader. He's a leader. And then they'll put that person on a pedestal so much that whatever he says, even if it's heinous and it's horrible, you just follow through with it. Imagine as a mother dumping your daughter in a hospital and saying, I don't want you to be my daughter anymore because you're pregnant and it was done by your brother. What about the brother? Is anybody rejecting the brother from the family now? Is anybody saying to the brother that he is now being taken out of the family and he is no longer part of the family? I bet no. Bet to source says, don't start me with these pygmishas. Bubbling G says, no, they're protecting him. And that's the craziest. The world has been created to serve men and to put men at an advantage whilst women gain nothing. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It just doesn't make sense to me. How can you have your son to be more important than your daughter? When they came out of the same vaginal canal, they were created by the same two people. Their placentas were created in the same womb. How did one become more important than the other? Us women need to wake up and realize that this world, that's why they were singing that song, It's a Man's World, because they realized that this is the way they can subjugate women and take advantage of women. This is the way that they can absolutely take advantage of women, divide the women and conquer them, create misogyny amongst the women so that the women hate each other. And then now we can conquer them and make them do heinous things to each other. This is why you will see a mother will take their daughter for FGM. For those who don't know what FGM is, it's when you are taken to a place where they remove your being and then they sew you up and leave a tiny hole for you to wee with. They sew you from where your vaginal canal starts all the way up to where your urethra starts, and they leave a tiny hole so that you can wee with that, and they remove your being. It is a system created by men because they realize that women have got more nerve endings in their reproductive system, that women can have multiple orgasms and males can't. And because she is prone to be able to go and look for a guy who satisfies her if you don't satisfy her, because she understands what an or is. And after they created that system, they subjugated their wives and their grandmothers and said, this is the only way we can value women. They need to be virgins. But in order to stop them sleeping around, we need to close it right up to the point where they can only wee, so that we make sure nobody has ever entered them until they are married. So now by the time the girl is married, she does not have any information or any inclination of how sweet schmecks can be. And you know how many infections that causes, because a girl, you have to start bleeding at some point. and somebody has closed you up, and not even just the bleeding, your womb is constantly self-cleaning from a certain age when you start producing hormones. And that stuff needs to be cleaned out and come out. So when you go for a wash, you wash it out. As your womb prepares itself for womanhood, as your eggs are, your ovaries are producing whatever, your hormones are doing whatever they need to do in order for you to not have cysts and polycystic whatever syndrome and all of these things. But somebody will close that up and stop all of that self-cleansing so that you can be healthy when you are ripe and ready for marriage and having children. But you know what? Any oppressor knows the only way I will oppress the people I want to oppress is by dividing them. They create hate among women so that we can now subjugate each other to the pain that our husbands put us through or our mothers put us through. That's why you find some pygmies who come here and fight for, hey, you haven't found a good man who is a leader. That's why you should find yourself a good man. Which one is a good man? How many deceitful men have we seen in society? How many? It's absolutely sad what we've gone through. It's absolutely sad what we keep on going through. Now look, a 9-year-old has been dumped in the hospital because her brother did things to her and the parents are holding on to the brother. Apparently he's better than the girl because why? Back to source, exactly, so that women can recruit other women for them. Absolutely. Because the more you divide the oppressed, the more they'll look at the other person and say, well, you can't have benefits from my oppressor when I don't have them. Pygmies will come and argue here when I'm educating women to try their level best to find healthy men. Look at his character. Look at his stature. Don't just look at his money. Don't just look at his job. Don't just look at his house. Don't just look at his car. Look at what type of a person he is, at his emotional intelligence, before you invest your body into being with that person and your future, and before you get trapped into having children and getting married to this person. All I want is for women to be safe. But they'll come here and insult me. It's hard being a girl's girl because, yeah, too much internalized misogyny in so many women. Honestly, I once had an argument with my sister. She was telling me a story. Let me tell you this story. And my sister is she is doing her doctorate now in psychiatry, so she's going to be a doctor of psychology. And she's a managing director of a hospital. Actually, no, she's been promoted to something else where now she's managing loads of different hospitals, right? We were talking about one of her colleagues ages and ages ago, about 18 years ago. He impregnated one girl at work. He was already married, impregnated one woman at work, and then impregnated another. And then he was playing both of them against each other, saying nasty things about this one to that one, nasty things about this one to that one, and then saying, I don't even want her. She's forcing me. She got pregnant to trap me, blah, blah, blah. But he's got women with these 2 children. And I said, that woman is a danger to society and is wrong and is horrible. Those women should have, that man is a danger to society. Them women should have never been fighting and arguing for him because he's not a good person. Good men exist, but not him. And my sister was like, no. But they're stupid. Why were they getting pregnant? Why were they? It's them. They should be the ones getting blamed because they should have. I'm like, no. We have all been in a relationship with a person who lies. We have all been there with a person who will sell us the most amazing story about other people, about anything, about everything. They will lie about any and everything, and we will believe it. Because women can be gullible. And because we've been taught, we've been groomed from a young age to worship men and to put them on a pedestal. We love turning their little red flags, we love turning them pink. So pink until they're diluted, until they're red, until they're green. And I was saying to my sister, no, these women were manipulated by that guy. He is a manipulator. Never ever defend a man who plays two women against each other, especially when he's married. He had the cognitive reasoning to absolutely decide that he should not cheat on his wife. He should not get other women pregnant. And he should not play them against each other. But he knew he was going to benefit from them arguing and fighting over him. And he was never going to be held accountable. And he was getting all the attention that he wanted and he needed. But you see, us women, we've been groomed. We've been indoctrinated into believing that our place is beneath a man. And if we don't worship a man, then we are nothing, because we are never going to be chosen and we are never going to get good things out of men. That's why men will come up onto my panel and say, listen, a woman needs to be submissive, because if she's submissive, then I'll love her properly. You are putting her in a place of being a pick-me. You are saying to her, you are not going to be loved unless you do what I want. Oh, listen, she needs to be submissive, because if she's not submissive, how do I protect her? Well, aren't you supposed to love her anyway? Oh, she needs to be submissive, because if she's not submissive, how do I provide for her? Aren't you supposed to love her anyway? Are you not supposed to provide for her? Because she provides for you. She provides her body. She provides a womb. She cooks, she cleans, she does all of these things. She is providing comfort for you. So you don't have to pay for all these services from somebody else. But you still want more from her. You want her to be submissive on top of all of that. And us women, we've been indoctrinated so hard, so bad, that we believe that the only way we will get good things out of men is if we are in this position. Many, many women will be shocked that when I was with the father of my kids, we were not submissive and leader. But when I wanted a Range Rover, and I was like, I feel like I want a Range Rover. I had only just got my license. I never wanted to drive because he's a good driver. I wanted him to drive me around because I like drinking. I'd be like, you drive, I'll drink. Wherever we're going, you drive. And then one day I just decided, I want to learn to drive. So I learned to drive. He taught me, and then I did my lessons. I learned to drive. I bought myself a car. It was a nice, cheap Vauxhall Insignia, nice, comfy estate car. And it was, it had all the mod cons and whatever. But at some point I decided I wanted a Range Rover, and he decided he was going to buy it for me. I didn't have to be submissive for him to do that. I did not have to be submissive. Thank you, Nati. How are you? I did not have to be submissive for him to do that. He just had love. And when he left work and he wasn't working, he wasn't providing anything in terms of bills or anything, I never held it against him and say, oh, now I'm the leader because now you're not working and you're not providing anything. So now you have to worship me and put me on a pedestal. I paid the bills. I didn't give a shit. It's money. I paid the bills. I paid for holidays. I did things. I am with the person I want to be. So what? I am very well, Nati. I'm very well. I'm recovering from a bit of a cold, yo. Yeah, back to source says the best way to go is never to look to a man for anything. That's what my mother taught me. Be independent so that nobody ever has to hold anything against you and say, well, I gave you this, now you have to do this for me. Nobody has to be transactional with you and say, well, I put you in my house, so now you have to worship me. It's unhealthy. Ladies, we need to stop putting ourselves in these positions where we put somebody on a pedestal, because we are equal. In the eyes of the Lord, we are equal. We are all human. We all have mistakes. We all have good things, good deeds. We all have bad deeds. We all get loved. We all get forgiven. Nobody is more important and nobody is above you and higher than you. Imagine if your boss at work turned around to you and started ill-treating you, making you kneel when you serve his lunch, actually making you go and buy his lunch, making you kneel after you serve him lunch, making you clean the toilets when it's not your position, it's not your job. You are there to work at the desk or whatever your position is, making you do all the things that you're not supposed to do on account of I am your boss. I pay you. Now do what I want and don't complain. Otherwise, I will not pay you. What happens? HR gets involved. What you call them? Union bodies get involved. Protection happens. But in a household, in a relationship, we expect the wife to do these things and never be protected. What kind of crazy world are we living in? It just doesn't make. At what point did the world look at a woman and think she is not worth jack shit? She should always be beneath another person. This is why they'll come and abuse me on this panel, and other women who speak health on relationships. They'll come and abuse all of us because they want us to be subjugated and underneath a man. They don't even like it if a woman chooses to be single. It offends them because apparently somebody needs to be putting his dick inside that vagina. According to them, somebody needs to own her. She cannot be allowed to be single and just run around putting her coochie wherever she wants. The control is absolutely shocking. And women sign on the dotted lines a lot for this. When people laugh at us and say, oh, you're single, we think, oh, I've missed out on something. You haven't missed out on something. Listen, when you are not single, when you are single, you don't have to deal with somebody snoring. You don't have to deal with skid marks. You don't have to deal with somebody's weaponized incompetence. You don't have to deal with being asked to wake up and cook. Wake up and cook somebody's food in the middle of the night because I'm hungry and I'm a baby. Mommy, go cook for me. Some guy actually came here and said, well, if I'm a protector, isn't it fair that if I ask my wife to wake up even at 3 in the morning and make me a sandwich, she'll go and do it? I was like, the fuck? It's your stomach. You woke up, you're hungry. Go and fucking cook for yourself. Make it. It's a sandwich, for fuck's sake. It takes 2 minutes. Why are you waking me up as a human being who needs sleep, rest just as much as you? It's your hunger. It's not mine. If I'm hungry, I'll wake up and go and make something. But you're hungry. Go do something about it. You're an adult. It's just crazy. Grand Rising says, best feeling ever. Been a year now and I love my bed. Honey, I just posted about some guy I gave a chance and he started acting a little bit shifty with me, and I was like, you don't know my boundaries and my standards are so high. I'm going to show you that I don't need you. And he's been begging since December. I have been starfishing in my bed. Nobody snoring. Nobody going, where's the shower gel? Oh, I'm in the bathroom. I forgot my towel. Can you bring me tissues? Are you a child? Even my own kids know that when they enter a toilet, they have to check that there's tissues and spare tissues on the storage before they sit down and start pooping. You as a grown man, you want me to be the one who looks after that. Now, you tell me what is the advantage of being in a relationship? Unless you are with a man who's grown. A man who, when he sees a mess, he picks up the hoover and cleans shit up and doesn't wait to be asked or wait for the woman to do it. A man who knows when he's hungry, goes and cooks and he says, I'm making something. Do you want something? A man who's grown, when he sees the laundry is overflowing, he's like, ooh, I better start separating these colors and start putting this load on. A man who knows when you are tired, you need to just sleep and relax and not bother you with coming back, knocking on the door. How do I heat up the oven? At what temperature do I heat it on? What marinade do you use for the chicken? The baby is asking. Oh, go ask your mother. Hey! Women sometimes we just sign on the dotted line because we are told that being single is something to be ashamed of because nobody wants you. Guess who wants you when you're single? You. You want you. You want you. Even when you get with a man, you still want you more than that man does. And that's the truth. And you are supposed to love yourself more than you love another person. This idea of putting men on a pedestal and loving them more and following everything they say and performative submissiveness and saying, oh, if I just keep myself meek and mild and quiet, then there won't be any arguments. Let me just say yes to everything. But I know he's a dum-dum. Dickmatized, that's it. That's exactly what it is. You are supposed to love you more than anybody else can ever love you, because let me tell you something, if you don't love yourself, you are never gonna have the information to show another person how to love you. Therefore, if you disrespect yourself and you don't put yourself on a pedestal, that man you're gonna get with is never gonna put you on a pedestal. While you're still busy putting him on a pedestal because he loves himself. Guys, men love themselves. They do. They do. That's why at whatever standard they are, they think they can pull the most good-looking girl. Whatever their looks, whatever they have, whatever they don't have, however mean or horrible they are, they still believe they can get whatever they want. They're cocky enough to have that confidence. Us ladies are like, wait, I'll wait until a man loves me, then I'll love myself. No, 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 no. You see, when I took off my morning gown because the heating is on really high, I do it to annoy men who think that a woman needs to look a certain way in order to be listened to or to be loved or to be wanted. Because I don't give a shit how you look at me. For me to understand that I have knowledge and I have wisdom and I can speak and I can be heard. If you sexualize me, I am not going to look at you and value you and anything that comes out of your mouth. Because my purpose on earth is not to be somebody's cloth partner. It's not. Look at them. Look at them, the toxic Texan with the insults who let their wife on the internet. Trust me, no one is sexualizing you. Oh, God. Yet you are here calling somebody you don't even know a stranger somebody's wife. If it wasn't because you sexualized me, how did you know that I was somebody's wife? It is because you saw me and then you thought, oh, somebody must be married to that one. That's why. So I'm going to insult her using the thing that I know that I think about her. You've already done it. Proving me right. All the time. Men will say things that prove me right. Ladies, if you ever get into dating, or if you are, he doesn't have the confidence to come up, because people like him, he'll come up and he'll be like, you're so fat, look at you, look at how you look at your bonnet, look at how you sound, oh, where are you from, oh, you're not American, so I'm not gonna listen to you. Because they don't have the qualifying information to have a conversation that involves critical thinking and logic. That's why they use insults. Even if I invite him up, he's never gonna come up, because he knows he's not educated enough to have a conversation with a woman like me. It's absolutely crazy. Every single day they'll prove me right. They prove me right. Because they don't do any critical thinking, any logical thinking. They don't do any substantial research to absolutely help them to show that they are wise enough, to show that they are leaders, to show that they deserve this pedestal. You see, I was literally talking about why I dress like this when I come onto a platform, and guess what happened? A man came to tell me that this is what it is. And the audacity. Eesh. They must have a shop where they buy audacity that gives them the right to just say whatever they want to a stranger they don't know, and try and get that stranger to shut up or do something that pleases them. After I live in my house, pay my own Wi-Fi, pay my own bills, do everything for myself, you think I'm absolutely gonna shut myself up because of a stranger who has no bearing on how I make my life a successful life? Please. Try the other one. So, Christina and Lynette, do you have anything else to add?
No, I've just enjoyed the conversation so much. Thank you.
Fabulous. And I've enjoyed your input as well. You've said some really amazing things, and thanks for your support so much.
Thank you.
You hit every nail on the head with that. Everything. Like, I was over here cheering you on. Like, yeah, keep going. everything. That's how they are. That's how they are. I mean, it's like you could work all day long. You could be doing dishes at midnight after you cooked a meal and fed your family and bathed your kids. You could be up washing dishes until midnight and they don't give a shit. They still want you
Yeah,
to come to bed. No, no,
and have energy for cloth.
right.
Honestly, it's the way us women are treated like subhuman is just crazy, and we need to stop signing on the dotted line to put men on a pedestal. We need to stop. If they deserve certain things from us women, we need to deserve those things too, and even more, because you know what, they need us.
True.
Hmm.
They need us.
They do. They do. Any man who is deserted by the wife, they want to be the one who leave the wife. But if the wife ever left them, even if you leave them with their car and their house and all that, they never recover from that.
Oh, absolutely. They don't. Because they've already pressed self-destruct from the moment they didn't do what they were supposed to do as a husband. They're still going to press self-destruct after you've left them, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
True.
Worse and worse and worse.
They will run and get a young girl
yeah.
and
Go ahead.
realize that this girl is not mature as you were, or is not able to take up the roles that you are doing. So they'll end up getting disappointed.
Yeah. I was telling Christina about that same story happened to my mom and my dad. They will run and get him a young girl, and she would destroy anything that he was trying to build. And he would be so
True.
mesmerized and excited about sleeping with somebody younger because of the perversion. He will forget to focus on the success for his family.
Sarah, I have a question.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you know your father's mother?
Yeah. My grandma, yeah.
Yeah. What is your opinion of your grandmother?
I don't I hardly liked her. So my father, out of all her kids, my father was the most successful, and she destroyed our family just because she was controlling. So she was controlling with her daughters. I don't get along very well with most of her daughters either, because they follow what their mom did. And I do get along with my cousins though, and I'll never speak ill of their mothers to my cousins. I will keep my opinions about them to myself. But my grandmother she was very bitter because she signed on the dotted line for this submissiveness. Her husband had 3 wives. With the second wife, he had 5 kids. She had 11 kids with him. The second had 5 kids with him. The third had 3 kids with him. She was very bitter and angry most of her life. And yeah, I don't like her. So she passed on all of that bitterness onto her kids.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
My dad was lucky. He met my mother, who was educated, and he listened to my mother. So that's how he became different in the way he thinks and the way he treats his kids. But still, he was still influenced into making bad decisions by my grandma and his sisters. Yeah. Yeah, she took it out on her children. Absolutely did. Even up to old age. I mean, when she passed away, was it last year or the year before? I can't remember. That's how much I really don't give a shit about her. I don't even remember when her funeral was, because she was just like, she's a part of my genealogy, but the amount of bitterness that was in that woman. I mean, my mom and dad had 3 kids, and we grew up in the farming areas. And of the 11 kids, my dad was the most successful. Her daughters got married outside of the country. 3 of them, they got married to Danish men and went to live in Denmark. So they used to come back and forth. But they met those Danish men through my dad, through one of the cooperatives he was running. So my grandmother only had one proper successful son, and she only had 5 daughters out of the 11 kids. No, 4 daughters out of the 11 kids. And instead of supporting her son, she created chaos amongst her kids to say nasty things about my dad so that they would fall out with my dad and hate him. And then when she couldn't do that, because my dad is a nice person, he doesn't do arguing and shouting. And even growing up, my dad never smacked us once, never even put a slipper to us, never. He's just very charismatic. He can get you to do things by talking to you. And I think I got the same out of him, whereas my mom can be angry. So, but instead of encouraging her kids to get along and for encouraging her kids to learn from my dad and create their own success, she created hate amongst them. And after she couldn't do it because my dad's too nice and he never hates anyone, she then went on to destroy the core of his family, which is separating him and my mother.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So yeah.
Is she still alive?
No. She passed away, I think, last year or the year before.
Oh,
She
yeah.
was about
Sorry.
90. She
I'm
was
sorry.
almost 100. Yeah,
Oh,
she was
wow.
almost 100 when she passed away.
She lived for a long time.
With all that bitterness. You know, like when my aunts used to come to Zimbabwe back from England or from Denmark, they used to come with clothes, bags, shoes, because most of my cousins were living in poverty. And so they used to come, my aunts used to come with these things for all of their relatives, all of their nieces and nephews. My grandmother used to make sure that me and my sisters never got anything from those. And these were big holes, like containers of clothes and stuff. Of course, we had everything. Our parents earned enough for us. We even had pocket money. Our cousins didn't. But it's just the segregation without actually asking us, do you want one thing at least? You know, as a child, you don't see wealth
Right, yeah.
amongst your parents. You don't compare who's richer and who's not. It doesn't matter to you. You still play with your cousins. So imagine we're all at my grandma's house. We're all playing. And then these clothes come. And then we are left outside the house whilst the others are being given clothes. And we're just sitting there waiting. And then when others come, they're in their new clothes. And we're like, oh, okay. Do you know what I mean? It was just like, wow.
No, they didn't understand that you guys were kids.
Yeah. But she was doing it to hurt my mother. Because she was saying to my mom, you earn a lot of money. My monthly shopping should be higher. I should have more things. Why is your husband giving you a car? But she didn't understand that my mom and my dad built the company together. It didn't belong to my dad. It belonged to both of them. And even if it belonged to my dad, everything my dad owned was supposed to be owned by my mother. You see what I mean? But she was very bitter. Yeah. It's crazy stuff. We have another hater in the comments. He says, are you even a wife though? Doesn't look like you'll be a wife anytime soon. Why would I want to be a wife? To who? For what? So that I can be submissive. So that I can be told when to speak. So that I can be told when to sleep. So that I can be told, go cook. Wash my clothes. Where's my shoelaces? Where's my socks? Hey, the way I'm such a lazy person, any person I date, I will tell them I don't do womanly stuff. You know, womanly stuff? Cooking, cleaning. I love cooking because I did food and nutrition when I was from about 13 years old. And I did nutrition in university. And I did naturopathic medicine. I like cooking because I love maintaining health through food, right? So I've always done that with my kids. So I will cook and I'll cook for my friends and whatever. But if a person turns around to me and says, oh, cook for me on account of you are my girlfriend or you are my wife, no food will be cooked. We will all go hungry. In fact, I will get into my little car and I'll go to the shop and I'll get myself a takeaway and I'll come back licking my fingers going, you people haven't eaten. Why have you not eaten? Because I don't believe in forcing a person to do something they don't actually want to do. And being entitled to somebody else's labor, especially if all you give me is just a paycheck. You've got to bring me more. Yeah, go ahead.
Ex-husband, we were in therapy. We were in marriage counseling, and he wouldn't keep his stuff off the floor in our bedroom. He used to make
Yeah.
such a mess, like dirty clothes. I got tired of it. Dealing with babies, I told him, you at least have to clean up after yourself. I'll take care of the kids, I'll take care of the house. I'm not taking care of you. So I brought this to the therapist, right? And she said, don't clean up his stuff. Don't clean up any of his stuff. And so I got a black plastic bag, and I just took everything that was his and I just threw it in that bag. Every day, anytime, I just didn't put it away where it went. I just threw it in the bag, and I kept the room clean. And he hated that so much. But you know what? It made my life easier. And he would have to go. He would dump it out on like Saturday and put it all away. But at least it wasn't in my way.
Yeah. At least you weren't tripping on it in the middle of the night when you're half asleep trying to go to the toilet.
Oh, but
As an
that
adult,
pissed him off. That pissed him off. But
as an adult, I just don't understand what gives you the right to be messy and expect somebody else to clean up after you. If that's how you want to live, then I'll be messy too and you clean up after me. Let's make it fair.
that's one thing I love about being single now, is that my house is always clean.
Clean. Exactly. And when there is a mess, you know who made it and you don't have to be holding anybody else accountable,
But even
I have
I
a
swear,
friend of
even our
mine.
mess is clean. Even our mess is clean. Like everything has a place.
Yeah. Everything has a place, exactly. I have a friend of mine who is dating, and this is another thing that women need to stop saying. They need to stop saying
She
he's
said
a
I
good
throw
guy.
things away.
Yeah. Honestly, because because why are you leaving stuff for me to clean up? I could never. I have a friend of mine who once we were talking, and this is another thing that women get wrong. They always call a guy who's fucking up, he's a good guy. But he's a nice guy. He's a good guy. But you are telling me and you are giving me information about things that he isn't doing that is not good. Things that he's doing that is not good. Things that he's doing that is not nice. For instance, cheating. Some people will turn around, but, oh, so why are you staying with him? Because I like him, because I love him, because he's a good guy. I've never had anyone like him. Oh, you mean you've never had anyone who cheats at this level? Is that what you're talking about? Women need to stop saying he's a good guy to somebody who breaks your boundaries and there's no standards and doesn't respect your standards. But my friend, she's been dating the same guy for about 5 or 6 years now. And we were talking one day, and I was like, how's it going? She always posts with him and she talks about him. And he always seems like such a nice guy, because I worry about her. She has dated a guy who used to put hands on her to the point where he almost unalived her. And her dad turned up and he beat that guy up real bad, because it was just wrong, right? So now when she's in relationships, I always make sure I check on her, because when this happened, I had moved from up north in England to down south, and I was busy creating my career. I did not check up on my girl to make sure she's okay and she's all right with this guy she was with. When I finally found out, I felt so guilty for not being there for my friend. So now I check up on her. So we were having a conversation about this guy, and she was like, oh, he's such a nice guy, but he irritates me. He just doesn't take responsibility for his mess. She was like, he walks in and, no word of a lie, he starts leaving his mess from the front door. Socks, jackets, hats, t-shirts, until he gets to the bathroom, has a shower, and then he comes out of the shower, goes and collects new clothes and puts them on, and then he just leaves a trail of mess. And I'm like, girl, he's not a good guy. He's not a nice guy. He's doing what we call weaponized incompetence. He's saying, now I live with you, I don't have to do things because there's a woman now. She is responsible for cleaning up our living spaces, which is wrong. Because before you met him, he was living by himself. He was a single father. You were a single mother. Your houses were both clean and your houses were both maintained without you getting involved with his house. How come now he's moved in with you? Now he's allowed to live a mess. Stop treating him like he's a child. Stop treating him like he's a baby. She was like, it's so crazy because we both go to work and he will cook and stuff, but He will still leave a mess in the kitchen and expect me to clean it up all the time. And then we both pay the bills because we're both working. They both have good careers. We'll both pay the bills, but he never manages the finances. It's only me. And I'm like, honey, are you dealing with a 5-year-old? She said, oh, no, actually, I've decided to write a list for him. I'll write a list and then I'll stick it on the fridge so that he knows what his jobs are, because we keep on arguing and I don't like arguing. So I've decided, he said, what can I do so that I'm not getting on your nerves, because he's trying to be nice. So I make lists for him. I said, you are still enabling him by writing a list. You are still enabling him. You need to tell him these lists are finishing in the next 2 weeks. If by the next 2 weeks you don't know what you're doing as an adult, I am not going to tell you ever again. We can either still keep arguing or you can take responsibility as an adult, just like I do. You're not a child. And then she finally started explaining to me that, oh, his mom used to enable him. She used to come and do his laundry. That's why his house was clean. His mom used to come and do these things. And I'm like, but you knew that when you got with him. And you accepted it. And now it's a problem. Ladies, we need to stop making excuses for red flags that we think are going to turn green when we're finally living together, or in a good relation, or in a committed relationship with somebody. People don't change once you're committed, or once you have a child, or once you have a ring on a finger. They get worse. That's when they show their true colors. They get even worse. And we need to stop calling people. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. This is why we have to teach our daughters from the time that they're little, so that their brain develops neuroplasticity. By the time they are 20 years old, this is going to be embedded in their brains, like this is the stuff we need to teach our kids. This is difficult to teach kids in a school setting, but we have to teach them this at home. All of our daughters, like, this has got to be ingrained in them, from us as mothers and aunties. Like, everything you're saying, like, is spot on, but we gotta get it to this younger generation. And the society and the way everything is right now, it's insane. It's like because the worst.
Most parents will indoctrinate and groom their daughter. You need to learn how to clean, because how are you going to be able to keep house when you're older, when you find a man, when you are married? They will say that, and it sounds like a good thing, right? Because everybody makes marriage as a goal for women. Everybody makes marriage a success, sort of like a success sort of checkpoint for women. Oh, you're not married yet, but you are 25. When are you going to get married? When will you start having children? Oh, you should start now, because who will want you when you're old? Everybody makes this a thing that women need to do in order for them to be now finally valued. That's not the value of life. Being servitude to another person is not the value of life. Until the world changes, where men respect women and they don't take women for granted for all the things that they do at home, it's not a benefit to get married. Until the world changes and we don't get taken for granted, it's not a benefit. We'll get used over and over and over and over and over again. Back to Sauce says, my son didn't want to do chores. I stopped cooking and bought no food. My kids were homeschooled up until the oldest was in year 3. They were homeschooled, so they started learning life skills from a young age, because part of homeschooling is teaching them. Because you run out of subjects to do with homeschooling. So we were doing things like cleaning. If I'm cleaning, you're cleaning with me. If I'm cooking, you're cooking with me.
You're doing home economics. There you go.
Yeah, home economics. Yeah, because we did baking together and they loved it. Cracking eggs, making a mess, blah, blah, blah. All of this. Laundry, they love it. Measuring how much liquid to put in there, separating the colors. Now at this age, it doesn't seem like a chore to them. It doesn't at all. It just seems normal. Even my oldest is 13 now. When he wakes up in the morning cooking in his uniform, I would try and take over, and he will snatch the spatula from me. He'll be like, no, 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 I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. And I'll be like, oh, I want to help. He'll be like, "No, I've got this. I just want to make it the way I want." And I'll be like, I'll be watching, I'll be like, do you need that much paprika? It's like, can you just leave me alone? But because I've taught them so well, they're just independent enough to just want to do what they want. My youngest will be in the kitchen. He will cook, 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 cook. The middle one, she's not very much into cooking. She is, because I got 2 boys, 1 girl. The girl is the middle. She's very much into art. She's very much into art, so she will spend most of the time painting the house green, red, purple, everything. And I'll just let her get on with it because she's very good at it.
That's what's up. Hello,
Yeah.
ladies.
Sauce, go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, doing great, doing great. Greetings from Jamaica. I actually just came across your page. I saw the most recent video that you're where you were talking about these pygmy women who love to tell you, oh, you need to choose better and all of that type of crap. And I'm like, you know what? Instant, like my phone almost fell out my hand the way I was rushing to follow your page, because I'm like, yeah, these are the people I need to follow on here. I'm building my FYP brick by brick with this type of content. Now, regarding my son, I had the most difficult time because it's not just me. I think if I made the decision earlier to get rid of his dad when he was younger and also not make my mom live with me, things would have been much easier, because two things happened. He was patterning his father. You know that children live what they learn, right? So he grew up seeing me arguing with his dad day and night to do certain things. So I think subconsciously he just thought that a man ain't supposed to do certain things, right? And then my mom now, whenever I set his duties for him to do, she would go and do it behind my back, or say, no, let him study, or let him do this instead and let him do that. So it got to a point where I was almost going to be disrespecting my mom because she was getting on my nerves when I had to constantly be telling her, stop doing this, stop going against me, when I'm telling him I'm teaching him life skills. Stop going against me and letting him do certain things. So he was very close with her, and in my home I became the villain, right? I became the villain. So now she has passed, and I got rid of the dad a few years ago, probably about 6-7 years ago. So now we went through a period of hell together, me and my son, because it's just us now. And I'm like, those dishes need to be done. Like, I have certain rules where ain't no food gonna be cooked in this kitchen if it's not clean. Okay, it's just not gonna work. And then he would, like, what he would do is, whenever I told him to do the dishes, he would leave some undone, acted as though he didn't see this, certain parts of the kitchen not clean. You know what I'm saying? And what I tried so many different things and it wasn't working. So I'm like, you know what? Screw this. This is what's gonna happen. I ain't cooking no food. I ain't buying any. I just sat and waited for like a week or so until everything was empty in the fridge. And, when he opened it, it's just an empty fridge. And, I saw him coming around and, saying things like, hey, mom, I'm hungry. I'm like, oh, really? That's not my problem. Like, we need to have a conversation right now. And this is the last conversation we're going to have. I've spoken to you about chores, right? And this is what you need to do. If you want to eat, this is what's going to happen, right? It's either you go to your dad, okay? You go to your dad, and let him fund you, and you can either buy food or he can cook and give to, where he lives, right? That, or we're going to work together as a team in this house, and this is what's going to happen, okay? This is what's going to happen, because I have to work and I have other things, and I'm not going to kill myself in here, because by myself, I won't be going around the fire more than probably 2 times per week. Sunday is a special day when I like to have my Sunday dinner and so on, and then probably on a Wednesday or something like that, yeah? But because you're here, it's better, it's more economical for us to cook, because you can't satisfy with one meal. You want to go back 2 and 3 times in the pot, right? And I'm not gonna buy free food outside for you. So this is how. So, anyways, he got with the program. He got with the program, and now I don't have to tell him to do certain things anymore. So I think a lot of these mothers enable their sons, because I noticed, I'm Jamaican, and I noticed that it's the same thing in a lot of Black African cultures, where the boys are pampered by the moms, especially, and the girls. Oh, you need to learn how to do this. And usually, when they're telling you need to learn how to do something, it's centered around a man. Not because as an adult you need these skills to survive, but it's because some, you know what? I can't say certain things on here. Like, I can't say certain.
Yeah.
Some men, you need to perform for some sort of man. Now, I don't know like what's wrong with me now, or probably I finally got things right. I have no, first of all, if I see a man calling to me right now, I bark. And I'm like, what do you want? Why are you talking to me? Did I say anything to you? What do you want?
Yeah.
That's how I am right now, because um I get so sick and tired. And that's why what you said in your video really got to me, because when people are saying you need to choose better from a pile of dung, of cow dung. That's all that's out there. It's like you start with this one and you're like, is it me that's stuck, or
No, I
oh,
can hear you.
is freezing?
We can hear you. I don't know about everybody else. Can you hear back to source?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. I think maybe it's just her side.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it makes me laugh when guys try to make fun of us and saying, "Oh, are you even married?" If I wanted to, I would. I made the choice. I'm not desperate. If I was desperate, I wouldn't be on live stream. I wouldn't. But go ahead, back to source. Can you hear us now? Oh yeah, it is okay. So it's frozen on your
I
side.
think I got frozen. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, so sorry about that. I think it was my internet. I switched it out. Yeah, so what I was saying is that there's no picking from a pile of, you know what I'm saying, right? Let me type it in the comment. There's no picking from a pile of this, right?
A pile of shit. You can say
There it
shit.
is. There it is. Right. So I've had friends and myself, like, I've seen so many people complaining about the same thing, where these men present themselves as someone that they're not. And then when they get what they want, they start to switch up. That's how they operate, right? And as a result of that, I have certain prerequisites in order to even go on a date with you. And it's very long. The list is long, because I'm going to ask you some very difficult questions. I'm not going to let you waste my time. Both of us, we ain't going to be sitting around pretending, right? I know what I want, so let's get to the point. And then as soon as I start listing certain things, they start calling me names, and I'm going to be single forever. One told me about, the very popular thing that they love to tell women, oh, you're going to be alone with your cats. I'm like, I don't like cats. I like dogs. I already have 5, and you can add 2 horses to that. That's what I'm going to be alone with. What do you mean cats? No. And he was so pissed. He was livid. And he started doing the regular crash out, because what he's telling me is not getting to me. And, and I said to another one, when he spoke up, when he tried to insult me, talking about I'm going to be alone, and talking about being alone with animals and whatever. And I'm like, but you're not realizing, as men, when you say that, you're insulting yourself, because women rather dogs and cats than you. We rather stay with these creatures than with you. What does that say about you? So it's like, I don't know, man. But what I'm happy for is that women like you are around, and all the others on TikTok, and every social media you're on right now, you're seeing women talking about the same thing. from different parts of the world in all sorts of language. It's not just us, it's every single where, and we're awakened. And the men that are crashing out are the ones who hoped that all they needed to bring to the table was their jobs, right? And nothing else. So now women are getting their own money, getting themselves together. So we're saying, okay, we don't want your money. Well, I want your money, but that's not the first thing that we're looking for, right? That's not the first thing we're looking for. We want something else now. We want personalities now, right? We want someone that acts sensible now. We want more. So leave the money aside. Who are you? And once they started to showing women who they are, we don't like you. We don't like you. You get what I'm saying? So that's why they're crashing out, because women don't like them. Women don't have to be with them now out of necessity, out of we can't open bank accounts on our own, or we can't work, or we can't do that. We don't have to put up with you anymore. And we're realizing that y'all aren't likable. And instead of improving yourselves, you want to curse us, you want to crash out, you want to do all these things, and it's not going to work. We're just going to watch you crash. And I'm seeing them coming in the comments. You know what I start doing now? Char. Whenever they come and they comment, I ignore them. I don't even acknowledge them. I don't.
Because they're looking for attention, because they don't have attention where they are.
Exactly.
And it really annoys them to see a panel of good-looking women who are choosing, who are independent and saying, our standards are too high. They're like, no, lower them and allow me in, because I'm desperate. I have nobody.
Yeah, that is exactly it. Because they're so mad now that remember when they were saying, oh, every woman wants 2% of the men, or the top 1% of men, and y'all can't get that, so you need to settle with the rest. They're so upset because the ones that are talking aren't the 1%. The 1% of men ain't sitting on no podcast talking, right? So the rest, they're hoping that they're in that cesspool, so they want women to settle for that. And women are saying, it's fine, it's okay if I don't get that 1%. I don't want your cesspool smelling ass. I don't want it. And they are so mad about that. Wow, they're so mad. And I think they're mentally ill. Like they're born that way. They're mentally ill, because you know what? Every man has that stitch from his like underneath, because they were female first in the womb, right? And then they morphed into a man. Like the clitoris came down as you know what I'm saying? They're ding dong, and then whatever. You know how that works, right? So
I actually downloaded the research that proves it, but I saved it on the wrong phone, and I don't know where the phone is.
But so you know what I think?
I saved it on the wrong.
In addition to that morphing into their PP, I think something morphed in their brain as well. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't have the research or whatever to see it, but something went wrong in the brain. They didn't become a woman, and as a result, something went wrong in the brain. And that's why because they're crazy. They are nuts. Talking about submission.
Because why do you want a grown woman to submit to you? Who are you, the king? The king
because
of
they are
nowhere.
submissive. They are the ones who are submissive. Look, listen, that's why they are soldiers, because they like to submit to men, right? If you try to make women become like soldiers, and I'm not saying that women are not soldiers or women are not in the army or whatever, but we're less submissive. We are the actual leaders, right? We are naturally leaders. Like we're leading in the home with everything. All they do is sit around and look. We are the ones who are leading our children's life, because if anything happens, they want to blame the woman. We take on naturally the leadership role. We are protectors. We protect our children, right? They only want to mark their territory. That's not protection. That's not leadership either. They just want to use ego to say, oh, I have a wife, and oh, I have a kids, and that's all they do. They don't take any sort of accountability or ownership for the children they create, for the women they choose. They don't do none of that. They can just go to hell at this point. I'm sorry. I've had it. I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
It's cracking me up.
Have you watched the new documentary on Netflix that was done by, is it Louis Theroux or somebody like that, on the manosphere?
No, I haven't watched that.
I haven't watched it on purpose because the red pill bros, they irritate me because they're so double standard, and you can hear that they're doing what they're doing just for money, but they have to believe the belief they're selling so that other people sign on the dotted line and agree with it. But really, the fact of the matter is most of them don't believe in it because they are missing out on the most precious thing that they are fighting for and looking for, which is a good woman to be with them. But because they love money so much, they want to sell this ideology that that they don't respect women, they don't value women, they don't blah blah blah. Some of them have to force themselves because some of them are pandering to the Andrew Tate bros, and some of them are pandering to the money. That's why I don't listen to them, because there's a lot of hypocrisy, double standards, and a lot of lies and gaslighting and manipulation. Listening to it would just drive me even more nuts. I've seen a lot of people creating, the ones who do content like me, creating content about it. And the father of my kids was like, "Oh, you should do some content." And I was like, "Nah," because the minute I sit down to listen to them, I'll be on so much wine, I won't even remember who said what and what to download because they irritate me to that point. Because how can you stand there, create a rod for your own back, and then cry that no women are good or no woman wants you? If you want to be wanted, if you want to be loved, if you want to be treated good, then do exactly what you want to other people. That's how you're gonna get all of that back. But if you don't have the sense and sensibility to be a good person and you speak evil towards other people, then you're gonna get nothing, and then you're gonna carry on crying, and your problem's never gonna go anywhere. So we can't help you. No matter how much we expose your stupidity on social media or on television, like they've done on Netflix, we still can't help you because you've signed on the dotted line to be an incel. Checkmate, good evening. Grand Rising, are you out of work yet? Are you ready to talk?
Yeah, I'll talk. I'll be honest with you guys.
Wait, I was talking to Grand Rising. She's been at work. Oh, she said just a sec. Go ahead, Checkmate. What did you want to say?
So the prompt is husbands are not leaders and wives should not submit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like how this is all being boxed, right? Some of us are, like a lot of us are leaders, good men. We work, we take care of our kids. I personally was a single dad. I raised my children. My children, and when I was married to their mother, they were my priority. I did everything that in my power to make sure that her life was good. She was working at a donut shop when I met her, and I was like, listen, you're better than this. I helped her educate, paid for her education, and she's doing way better now. I think that's a good leader.
So, Checkmate, you said most of us are good husbands and good leaders. Right. Before we even go into why in particular do you guys want to hold on to this leadership so much, let me tell you the statistics. Do you know that a woman's apex predator is her male companion, especially one who lives in close proximity to her? One woman every 4 minutes in the world right now is getting unalived by her male companion. Do you know that?
Could I answer to that?
Do you know that, yes or no?
I've heard that stat before.
Yeah, it's not just a herd. It's actually what's happening in the world. So when you say most of us are good husbands and good leaders, but we see a lot of women who are married or in long-term relationships, unsafe, getting sexually abused, verbally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, mentally abused. And when we see women getting unalived, this is why the word femicide exists, because it's happening to women on a high rate, more than it should be, then it's not most of you that are good
So
husbands
if we're talking,
and good leaders.
so if we're talking on a world level, I agree with you. Like I don't.
Yeah, that's why the
Yeah,
statement
I
is a
agree with you because
general,
there are.
it's a general
Yeah,
concept.
okay, I agree with you.
Because yeah, because that's why the statement is a general concept. Like, we haven't seen for 2000 years, women have been oppressed and taken advantage of by their male counterparts. For millennia,
So what if I
not
told?
2000 years.
So what if I told
So
you my view on
I'm back
women?
now, Chara. Sorry.
What if I told?
are you out of work now?
Sorry, what? So what if I told?
Sorry, I was waiting for Grand Rising to finish work because she was at work.
Oh, okay.
Go on, checkmate. What did you want to say?
So what if I told you this is my view, right? I believe that husbands are the spiritual leaders of the home. I do believe that as for running a home, we should be at equal levels. It should be equal. That we should be making decisions together. That people say it's 50-50, but it's 100-100 in my books, right? So there's a different.
Yeah, 100% of you and 100% of me. That's it.
Exactly, right? And that's what it should be. I believe that women should be strong. I don't believe in weak women, especially in 2026. Only a weak man wants a weak woman. I'm not a weak man.
So I want to ask about this. You said on a spiritual level, a husband should be a leader. Explain that to me a little bit, because listen, usually on my panel I don't allow people to talk on religious deities, religion itself,
Okay.
because people misconstrue what has been written in the religious text in order to support their rhetoric.
Well, I mean,
So we can keep it on a level of spirituality, but not religion. So explain to me how husbands be spiritual leaders, especially when they don't have a connection to one of the most spiritual events that happens to every single person in our society, which is birth, which is the creation of life, and being able to channel that life and give it a breath, give it sustenance, give it the fluid that makes our heart pump, which is blood, give it every single piece of flesh, every single follicle of hair, every single piece of skin, every nail, the eyes, the hands, everything, every limb is created inside a woman's body. So how spiritually is a husband a leader?
okay. So let me ask you a question. Without my sperm, are you able to do that?
No, but you're not answering my question. See, when
I
a
am
person
answering.
does that,
I
it's
am
called
answering.
diverting.
I am answering your
I will
question.
answer you. I will answer you
Okay.
after
So
you
yeah.
answer my question.
All right. So a man does because his seed is also life. His seed is life giving. Without a man's seed, you couldn't do any of that. You couldn't bake anything in your oven, if you know what I'm talking about. Right
Right.
now.
I like the way that you use the word. His seed is also, not the only
Oh
one.
no,
Also,
it's also
which means both of them.
exactly.
Both of them.
Mhm.
So how then is a husband a spiritual leader
So
when it is both of them doing the work? Or actually, no, only at the level of conception, when the egg and the sperm meet, that is when a husband is doing some sort of work through cloth and ejaculation. The rest of the time, it is the woman's body doing everything else.
so on a spiritual level, it doesn't mean creation. What on a spiritual level, if we're gonna take religion out of it, right? On a spiritual level, it's your heart, your soul. How are you mentally? How are you when it comes to how you feel, your life, your aura, your chi? How it's making sure that you're healthy mentally. It's making sure that your environment is conducive to your health. It's conducive to, and I mean, health isn't just your physical body, it's your mental state, right? So if we're taking religion out of it, but I mean, if we're putting religion into it, that's a whole other thing too, right?
So going back to the words you used, a man is supposed to take care of you mentally, emotionally, all of these things in order to make sure. But let's go back again to the statistic I shared with you.
Mm-hmm.
Most men are not doing that. So they are not spiritual leaders. In fact, when we look at the science of how males have behaved in society, the evidence that lies there is that a lot of males lack empathy. They lack emotional control. They lack emotional intelligence. They lack communication skills, which is one of the most important things when it comes to spirituality. You need to be able to communicate at a higher level than just, hey, what's up?
What's up, baby?
Right? It has to be much deeper than that. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of them can't even be bothered to sit down and have a conversation that is deep with their wife. And when a wife says, no, I don't want to have cloth with you tonight, I don't feel like it, they don't make the effort to find out, is she okay? What can I do to make her feel better? How can I connect with her spiritually, deeply, so that tomorrow when I ask, she's not going to hold back and she's the one who's going to come to be asking me because I'm connected with her more than physically.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them will go and take what they have been rejected, what they've been told no about. They'll go and force it, which is grape. And there is a statistic about that. In the UK where I live, it's over 54% of married women will report their husband for sexual assault, including rape. So over 54% is already higher than the general. The general starts from 49 to 50% when we go higher. And that's only the people who will report. The police will absolutely say that some people will retract their reports, which changes that percentage to make it lower. And some people won't report at all,
Yeah.
which then, so the percentage should be higher. So there is no spiritual leadership happening
No, you
either.
can't say there's no spiritual leadership happening.
There isn't.
Hang on,
There isn't.
hear me
I
out for
would
a
say,
When
second.
he
I would
done, when he
say,
done with Ken, I'll go when he done, sis. So when you're
yeah,
done, I mean when
I
you're
would
done.
say, I would say there is few men and far apart that are able to do these things naturally,
Okay, so
that are able to be empathetical, that are able to be emotionally intelligent and not just be like walking around going, hoo, 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 just demanding and forcing things upon other people and using strength and threatening words and bullying and oppression in order to get their way and subjugation in order to get their way. There is very few men who are doing that. The problem is there are more men who are not doing that. That's why the topic is a general phrase,
so could I answer to
because generally that's what we're suffering.
so could I answer to what you've said, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I do agree with you to a point. And here's the thing, because a lot of men, this is twofold, in my opinion, especially in Europe where you live. A lot of it is cultural based, right? There's a lot of cultures there that men are taught that women are less than them and not to respect them, and basically women are garbage, and then that's the truth. But
It still
it's
doesn't
it's
make it
bad.
better.
It's bad. No, no. Hear me out for a second. The other one is you have men that, because I agree with you. I do agree with you 100%. And the reason I agree with you is because I've heard so many women say the same thing. Now, for me, the way I am not what you said is this. I actually listened to women, and I changed myself and I worked on myself to all those things that you mentioned. I worked on myself to be that, because as a man, you're not taught that's the way you need to be. You're taught that you're supposed to be rah, 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 right, and you're not taught the things that you mentioned, right?
Yeah,
You
but
have to
we're not
want to
having this
change.
discussion. We're not having this discussion on an individualistic basic. So yes, you might have done the work, but loads more men. Like if we look at how
Haven't done that,
many
and I agree with you.
violent crimes are committed by males, some of them which are so heinous that they just needed to stop and think first before they did these things. There's so many of them, so many of which your mind is so connected to your soul to the point where you are supposed to be at a higher level of spirituality, but you will find a lot of guys enjoy anger to the point they perpetrate it to other people. So the discussion is not on an individualistic basis, like each man who comes up here tell us if you're a good man or a bad man. No, we're talking generally.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. We can't just speak generally because we're all not like that. That's like me saying that all
No, we
women are.
can speak generally. We can speak generally because generally is
He
not a
had a second.
totalitarian number. We are not saying that is totally the evidence of everything. We are saying that it is more than 50% of people causing the issue. So we can speak generally, otherwise the word
That
would
part.
not exist. Go on, Grand Rising wants to say
Yeah,
something.
go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I was trying to get off not a feedback, but a comment on what Back to Sword said earlier. But just based on what you guys are, the conversation you guys are having, a lot of the time when you are explaining yourself to men, I don't know if they all go to the same classes or they all the same school together, or whatever. They always want to tell you it is not all, it is not them. And really, we're just speaking on the fact that how many women are coming up and complaining about the same situation, the same problem. But the truth of the matter is, so what Back to Sports was explaining, I feel like, even with her son's situation, I have come to realize it's easier now for a woman to raise a child within her home if she's a healthy person, mentally, physically, emotionally. It's easier to raise her child by herself than have a partner that is not healthy. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't advocate for unhealthy women or unhealthy men to raise a child, period. I don't advocate for that because I know what it means to be mentally broken. So, but I want to say most of these so-called leaders and providers that are in the homes with these kids, they are not involved with the kids at all. These men, they only like try to discipline these children or want to discipline when the women complain about something. That's how you know many of them are not paying attention. Most of them don't pay attention to know exactly the activity of the children within the home because they're not in the home. If they're in a home, um, physically but not mentally, they don't know. They don't have any idea of detailed things that go within the household. And the truth of the matter is, um, I feel like even people always say, "Oh, it's hard to raise a boy. You have to raise a boy. A woman cannot raise a boy." Well, I can agree to disagree with that because a lot of the times women tend to rely on their husband within a household, especially when it comes to boys. Because I have boys wants to rely on their husband when it comes to their sons because sometimes that's how you were brought up, like, allow the men to handle certain situation in the house. It don't even matter if it's a girl or boy. But my thing here is that I feel like men needs to stop with this whole leadership provider nonsense and stop allowing women to tell them what they're supposed to do. Because if you consider yourself to be a provider and a protector, no one's supposed to tell you because you can protect in the smallest way. You don't have to protect when a
I
lion is coming
disagree.
to hurt your family. You can protect in the smallest way. I don't even know your definition of protection.
I disagree with you
Um, okay, you can disagree, that's fine. But
because here's why I
if
disagree
you
with you.
if you're in an unhealthy relationship and you think you cannot raise your child on your own because you are hurting that child just being what I mean. And
Here's
I'm not saying that the woman is healthy. It's possible that you are unhealthy. You either give that man his children, or if you choose to take those children, you can't be in that relationship if you guys are toxic and the kids are seeing a
Oh
lot of
yeah, no, I
things.
agree.
You
Listen,
should
I,
not
I
be there.
agree with you in that, but
Yeah.
here's why I disagree with you. Because you know what? There's a one the reason you get a lot of men, and thank you for saying that. The reason you get a lot of men up here is saying that not all men are like that, because there are a lot of us that are trying to do what's right. And it's like a slap in the face to hear that we are all like that when we're not all like that. That's like saying all women are this or all women are like that. Now, where I disagree with you is saying that it doesn't take a woman to tell a man, the way he should be. But the whole thing is, was in a proper relation and health, in a proper healthy relationship, communication is one of the biggest things, right? So how am I supposed to know how you feel if you're not going to tell me? If you don't feel that I'm engaged enough with our kids, how am I going to know if you don't tell me? Now, I'm like, as a dad, my girls are the center of my world. Like my girls,
You
like
can
I
see
would,
your kids, can't you? You can see if they're happy or not, can't you? Just like we can. We don't got
yeah.
to tell
Well, of
you
course,
that.
no, yeah, of course. But hang on. Sometimes
And that's what
men,
I said. You have to tell them, oh, John is doing this, or Johnny is doing
no,
this.
no, no,
You,
no. You shouldn't have to do
yes,
that.
most of the time.
But here's the thing: you guys want men to be a provider. So sometimes what happens with men is we our love language is giving you a good life. So we go out and we work, we work, and then when we come home, because we've like basically unalived ourselves at work, we sometimes fail to engage enough with our children and with our wives and with our family the way we should. So then you guys start to feel neglected. But the only way we're going to know how you feel is if you're telling us, listen,
Then you
I'm
call it
happy.
nagging.
Pardon me?
Then they call it
Most
nagging.
men call it nagging.
I don't call, listen, only a weak man who doesn't care about his wife will call it nagging.
Yeah, checkmate. Listen, you are making this about you
No, I'm
when we
making
are
it about a
talking
lot of
from
men.
the. No, yeah, no, but you keep saying a lot of men, yet I'm showing you that over 50% of males are not behaving the way you are talking. So it's not, it might be a lot of men, but we want it to be over 50% of men doing the things you're talking about, not less than 50%.
The only way it could change is these kinds of conversations and
Yeah,
people
so
actually
that's why we are
listening.
talking about it. But when you tone police and say, "Oh, don't say, oh man, oh now it sounds like a slap in the face because blah blah blah," you are trying to get us to go and find the individual men who are doing this and put them on a place and say, "Is this one? Is this one? Is this one? Not this one? Not this one." No, we're just going to generalize. Let us speak about the lived experiences that we are experiencing on a global scale in higher numbers than what we should be experiencing without telling us how we should say it and when we should say it.
I never told you how to
Because
say it. I actually agreed with you.
no, but if you say, oh, it seems like a slap in the face because lots of us are trying and now we are trying and blah, blah, blah. You want us to change it and say, not all men, but some. I am never going to mince my word and say not all men, but some, when generally it is most men.
I've
And
been
they're
on
all
many panels.
capable.
I've
It's
been
all
on
men
many
until it's no man.
I've been on many panels with women who have the same views. And you know what? They do say, "Hey, it's not all men, but it's 51, 52%." Because
I'm
That's
not
a
I'm not
lot.
and
gonna
you don't
say
have
that.
to. I'm not saying you have to. Don't get
Yeah.
me
That's
wrong.
a
I'm not
lot.
saying.
Do you think it
So
matters
we're
to
just gonna
women?
keep it general.
Yeah, but like I said, I agree with you. I agreed with you, right?
Do you think we know which
Yeah, and the only
50%
Saying
you
that
are
though,
in a dark
check.
parking lot? And you
Check, you
think we
keep
give a shit?
saying that
So
you
Christine or
agree
whatever
and
your
then
name
you
is down.
disagree.
Sorry, back to what were you saying? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Do you think that it matters to us when we see you in a dark parking lot, which 50% you are?
The
Well,
thing is, we don't find out until the person shows their true colors after they've already trapped us into a serious relationship. You see where the problem lies? Instead, if you think you are a good man and you understand these things that women are talking about, instead of coming onto the platform and saying, oh, but there are some, we know there are some. You don't need to convince us or tell us that. You don't. We're not here to be hating on nobody. What you can do as a man who claims and purports to be a leader and a protector is you can open your platform. Open your platform, run a talk educating other men on what you think they should be doing to in order for these ratios, for these statistics to change.
well, it's funny because
That's how
because
that's how you protect your sisters, your female cousins, your daughters, your future generation, your grandkids. That's how you will protect them, by educating other men, not by trying to get other women to say, well, it's not all man. I've never been a princessy kind of person who speaks in a mollycoddling way to people. I've always been very straightforward and very much like, if you don't like it, I can't do
that's
anything
what I love
about
in a
it.
woman, though, right?
Yeah. So like it's just gonna be general until the ratios change. Because there's a reason you don't hear people talking about women grape people, because it's not the higher number of women who are doing it. It's like 2% or something stupid like that. That's why you don't hear people talking about it and generalizing it as if we're all doing it, because it's not generally something that women will be found to be doing. So I would say to all the guys who come up here and say it's not all men, it's not, open a TikTok live, do a live stream, educate other men, do a
Thank
live
you.
stream on Instagram, do it on YouTube, do it and educate other men on what you think they should be doing. Personally, I will speak and speak and speak and speak and speak, but men will come and they will abuse and insult and just not listen, and because they feel entitled to having a woman silent and not speaking her mind because they don't want to hear it. They were just told what they're supposed to get. And in 2026, it's not an excuse when education is free and information is free, because every single governing body is now reporting, just like we do the census, is now reporting on online, so that we know what's really happening in society, so they can go and educate themselves and do some research and find out this information instead of asking me to keep quiet and not say anything. There's a lady, somebody called Smiles asked to come up. Smiles, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what just to reply to something that Checkmate said. So when you're speaking, obviously like Chacha's prompt is obviously like a general prompt. And when you're saying like it's not all men, when Chacha gave the statistics of women that have basically been SA'd in some sort in their marital homes in the UK, if you look at a global scale, it's 67% of women around the whole world, by the way, this is a global one, 67% of women have been SA'd before the age of 18. 67% of women globally. That includes your mothers, your sisters, your aunties, your grandmas, whether they have not told you. So when we're coming on here and when she's trying to educate these men and just make them understand these things, I understand when you guys say that it's not all men, but the reality of it is the percentage of men is higher. And when you guys talk about protecting us, who are you guys protecting us from? Your fellow men. So instead of trying to protect us, why don't you guys educate your fellow men? A lot of
That
men will
part.
come up here and you will talk about how much you're good men and how much you're this and how much you're not like this and all these things. I'm so sorry, you guys say all these things, but what are you doing in your own communities to make these percentages lessen? You guys
So
come up on these panels, you contradict what women are saying in terms of their experience, but it's 1 in 5 women that have been SA'd their whole lives.
did
One
you
in
know
five
that?
women globally, 67% of women in the world before the age of 18, between the ages of 13 to 24. But first, it would have happened before they turned 18. Do you know how disgusting that is? And it's coming from their fathers, their uncles, their brothers, their cousins. They're not, you guys saying that you're protecting us. There's people that grew up in two-parent households that were essayed by their own fathers. I'm so sorry. You guys are protecting us from you guys. So educate men instead. You don't need to tell us that it's not all men, because the experiences that women have with men is not the experiences that you guys have with men. Instead, you like to police what women say and the way we want to defend ourselves and educate other men instead of you guys actually doing the job. The job that Shasha is doing, it's not her job. It should be the job of fellow men, because most men will look down on what she's saying, try to contradict it. It will go through one ear and come out the other, and they'll just try and contradict it because she's a woman. But when it's a fellow man, you know that he's not going to contradict you because he's a fellow man. He's actually going to try and listen to you. He might contradict you here and there, but he will reason with you in the end. You guys do not educate men. You do not go out into your communities and educate men on consent. Most of these men that say it's not all men and how they're good men, most of you guys have entertained grape culture. How many of you guys have entertained your friends coming out on a night out? They've been literally in their houses all day. They've decided to drive around and pick up the rest of their boys and go outside of a club and pick up vulnerable, intoxicated women. Why don't you pick up a woman in her right state of mind instead? So many men, even if you have not physically raped a woman, you have entertained grape culture to Tom Salt, and that's the reality of it. A lot of men come here and say they're not
So
rapists, they're good men, they're this. You guys entertain grape culture. You do not question grape culture when it
okay.
happens,
So
and you do not
here's the
challenge
thing.
your fellow men either. So you guys cannot come up on here when
So
she's talking generally.
here's the
Hold on,
thing, right?
checkmate, because I listen to you speak. You guys cannot come up in here when Shasha
You
talks
need
and
to
all
land
these
your
women are giving
plane.
their experiences,
Let her
and you
speak,
guys
man.
complain and say it's not all men, because the reality of it is, how many men have you guys actually questioned when they're doing weird stuff? How many men have you guys actually challenged? Not a lot, but you guys are so quick to challenge women when they're talking about their real life experiences. There's so many people that are going through so much trauma and mental health. I've worked in a mental health hospital, and most women that are there, I would literally say 80% of women that are there, it's a man that turned them there. Literally. It was something that either happened in their childhood or their adulthood that affected them, made them spiral, made them go through an episode or through depression or anxiety, and made them end up there. So these statistics, until they swap over to it being 67% of women that have not been essayed globally, we will say all men. It is all men until it's no longer a man. I'm sorry.
So here's what I have to
Thank
say to
you. Thank
say.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Here's
you.
what
Thank
I
you.
well, you could thank her all you want, but here's what I have to say to that, because you said to me, because you said it wasn't about me, but then you said to me that I was entertaining great culture and I've entertained it. Actually, no, I've never entertained it. I actually have
I said
had.
most men, and I didn't say your name. I
You
said
did. You said
generally.
me, actually. You did.
No, I didn't
I
say
heard
you. I
you.
Yeah,
said
it's
most
all
men. I
men.
feel
If
like
you
listening
choose
is
to,
very imperative.
But you did say
Listen
me.
to understand, not to reply.
Okay, yeah, you could say you could say stuff like that, but you did say me, right? And I listened to you, and I was like, this woman just accused me of something that isn't even true. No, I've had a friend. Like one perfect example. I had a friend who was so grunk. I don't know if we could say the D word on here, but and she was like, her friends abandoned her, right? She called. I lived in a different city. At 3 in the morning, I got in my car to go get her. She walking down the street crying, so she would nothing would happen to her. She was stone drunk. I took her home, made sure she was safe, stayed with her to make sure she was safe. I did nothing to her, and then I left in the morning. She was fine. I am not entertaining great culture.
And you know, when
I
you
rather
mention these things, congratulations for doing
rather
all of that, but it
protect a
doesn't
woman.
make you a
Now,
good man. It just
if you
makes you a
wanna, hang
decent
on.
human being.
I listen to
But
you.
it literally makes you a
Now,
decent human being, though. It doesn't make
if
you a
we
good
want to
man.
talk brass taxes, 1 in 3 men have reported physical violence at the hand, as physical or sexual violence at the hands of a woman, an intimate partner. 1 in 4 have experienced
where you get this
severe
from?
physical violence.
Where
So
where where are you getting this information
Google
from?
it. Google it.
Google it. Where?
It's the
Which
CDC,
country? Which country?
United States, and the CDC, and Canada. So it isn't just women experience violence. It's both men. Yes, women do experience more violence than men. I will never say that's not
Yeah,
true.
but do you realize that this topic is not a competition of who gets it worse
Oh, I
than who?
know, and I agree with you.
Okay, so the whole reason you are bringing this statistic, which I'm going to Google now, is
Go
to
ahead.
prove what exactly?
No, I'm just trying to say
If
that
it's not
it's.
if it's not to compete and to divert what we are complaining about
Mhm.
and say, well, it happens to us too. What exactly are you bringing it to the
I'm
table
bringing
for?
it to the table to show that, you know what? All humans, both male and female, do
Yeah, to
experience
compete.
violence. Not to
To
compete.
compete.
Not to
No, it
Star,
is
can
compete.
I
to
read
compete.
it?
Because
Anybody,
if I was trying to
yeah,
compete,
go ahead. Go
if
ahead.
sorry, if I was trying to compete, then I would have said no. These things don't happen to women, and it's equal. It's just, and I've been like the whole time I've been agreeing with you, saying, hey, you're right. Saying, hey, you know what? Women do experience more violence at the hands of men. Men don't, because men don't educate themselves. I've said that. I've said that on here. Anyway, sorry, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt whoever was talking.
No, the statistic, I've just asked exactly what you said. I asked, does the US report 1 in 3 men experiencing sexual or physical violence in and it came back with actually it's 1 in 3 women. So
No,
and
no, I'm
then
looking right at it. It says 1 in 3. I can read it to you. Life.
which excerpt are you taking it from?
It's Google. I used my AI
No,
to
but
search it.
if you check Google, it will show you which reporting governing
Yeah,
body
this
has
the
written the article
CDC.
you're looking
I'm
at.
looking right at it. The CDC. So, approximately 92% of men who reported intimate partner violence (IPV) identify a female perpetrator. Severe violence. About 1 in 4 men have experienced severe physical violence, such as being hit with a hard object, kicked, or slammed against something by an intimate
One in
partner.
four, not 1 in 3.
Well, I'm reading it. I'm looking right at it.
Yeah, I can hear you because initially you said 1 in 3,
No, the
but I'm
first,
reading it.
there's two of
I'm
them.
reading something here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two
Because
of
in
them.
here it says 1 in 4, not 1 in 3.
Yeah,
But
one in,
this is why I would always say, usually people will bring in something else that has got nothing to do with the topic just to compare and contrast and compete, rather than to stick onto the fact that there is a problem happening and the people complaining about the problem, it exists and we don't need to compare and contrast. If you want to talk about men, again, let me say this easily. If you want to talk about men experiencing these things, why are you not opening your own live stream to address the issue and correct the women that you find are in these statistics?
actually, this checkmate is about educating men on on
Yeah, but
how.
you're not answering my question. Why is it my topic? You want to divert from it to now start talking about a problem that you have
Oh, I haven't
that I
diverted. I
didn't
agreed with
address.
you when I
Yeah,
got up
but
here. I agreed.
you are still diverting the conversation to something that you have a problem with.
No. The reason I brought up this was to answer back to Smile or whoever that is there. But the whole time, like I said, the whole time I've been up here, I've agreed with you, right?
Yeah, but it is sort of like a backhanded agreement when you are agreeing and then you're diverting my whole
Well,
topic to something else that you want to talk about.
he
You
said
still
he's
don't
the
get it.
leader spiritually. He never answered your question. He said he's the spiritual
Christine,
leader.
you're just a hater down there, girl. Like, come on.
No, but no, she is right though. The whole reason why we have topics is people answer the question to the topic so that we understand where these ideologies come from. It's not about hating at all.
But I did answer your
It's not about
questions.
hating.
But that's where she's wrong. If
You
she's
And
said you
then
were the
listening.
after
spiritual leader, but you never explained how you're a
But
spiritual
I did
leader.
explain it. I said
and after you explained, I came back with holes in your theory to show you that there is no spiritual leadership going on.
okay. Sorry, let's go back to that. So what we okay? I missed that part then because okay. So in your opinion, what holes were in my theory?
I told you,
No,
if
I know,
men were
but
such,
I just want I forget, so I just want you
yeah,
to tell me again.
I said if men were such good spiritual leaders, we wouldn't have the crime rates that we have. That really, men should have been empathetical, emotionally intelligent. They should have thought about it, logical. They should have communicated about it before perpetrating these crimes to their partners in the world that we live in. You do understand when a person unalives another person, that is the worst crime you can do to somebody's spirit. Never mind raping. But we have women getting unalived every single day, every single minute in the world that we live in right now. So where is the spiritual leadership? Generally, there is no spiritual leadership happening because women are in danger from their male counterparts. And we don't know, just that's why the other lady was saying, how do we know which one of that side of the 50% is the safe one? We won't until the monster it rears its ugly head.
And it can literally cost
But
you your life.
But that's where we go back to, because here's the thing. I can't answer that with you guys because you're lumping every man in the same box. So if you're
no,
gonna
again, you don't get it.
I do get it, and that's what I'm saying. Hang on.
If you are here to get some congratulations on your,
I'm not here to get any congratulations.
No, but you are saying we
When
are
you come
lumping every man,
defending
but we never
yourself,
did. We
yeah.
are generalizing, and
Well,
we are
generalizing is just
No,
lumping every man.
checkmate. Generalize is not a total. It's not a totalitarian way of speaking. I never said 100% of men are doing this. I gave you stats with the percentage of how many people in these marriages and relationships are experiencing this. So if you feel like it is all of them, that's on you, because you're not using your ears to listen to the numbers that are being placed in front of you, which nobody ever said 100%, right? But when the lady above you smile says, it's all men until it is no men, it is because of the same advice I gave you. Instead of coming here and trying to tell us, oh, can you not generalize and say all men when we never said all men, right? All men only came after you asked for us to stop saying it, because now we are in defense mode. Instead of you coming here and telling us to stop generalizing.
Stop saying it, actually.
Yeah, but you did say, can you stop generalizing?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said,
making it like it's all men. You use the words, oh, it's very demoralizing.
I said it's not.
And there's
Yeah.
loads of us trying. Yeah, exactly. But
keep it
I
in
wouldn't have
context,
those
though.
words unless you used it. No.
But if we're keeping
No,
it,
we wouldn't be talking about this issue if you didn't say the generalization was
if
of all
we're
men.
keeping it in context, I said to her,
Checkmate. What you're doing now is lying and just
I'm
running
not
away
lying.
from.
I'm trying to say to you,
Honey, listen. If you want this resolved, like I say to you, and you don't want people to be, even if they turned around and said, "Oh man," if you don't want it, go and do something about it as a man who purports to be a leader, a man who claims.
And this is what I'm trying to say to you.
I
do. You know what? Growing up, if we heard as boys, as teenagers, as young men, if we heard that a guy hit a woman, we would go and hurt that guy for hitting that woman. That's
right.
what
So
we
why are you telling me that? What do you want me to do about that? We are not.
Listen,
We are not in that era
what's
right
funny
now.
here
Right
is that
now, we are
anything
in
I
the
say,
era.
you guys always have
we are in
something
the
why
era.
I'm wrong to say.
Checkmate. Hold on. We are in the era right now where we will see videos on social media of women getting attacked in public transport, in public areas. And we will see more than 80% of the time of all the videos I've ever seen, women will run to help her and protect her. Men will walk on. We have seen boyfriends
that's
running
true.
off when
No,
the
that's
robber
true.
comes.
I do.
Yeah,
that's true.
So, exactly. So, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to change my statement. I'm not going to stop generalizing.
I'm not expecting you to
People
change your
yeah,
statement.
and if we say all men and you don't want to hear all men, take yourself and go and create a live stream. I've said this to so many men. You can even steal my topic if you want to. Change it into words that
Can I
fit
ask him a
whatever you want to
question?
educate
My friend,
people, so you can go and do something about it.
I've been,
Because telling me
mhm.
to change the way I'm speaking, or telling us to change the way we're speaking, is not going to solve nothing. We need men to change
I've been
in
in,
order for the solution to be
Can I
made.
ask him a question?
I've been in many lives where I hear men
You've said
abusing.
that. You've said that
Just
so many
hang
times.
on,
You said
listen to
you've
what
been
I'm
in
saying
so
to
many
you.
Can
lives.
I
You
ask
know,
him a
we heard you the
question?
first
Listen
time.
to
It's very irritating. I get very irritated when people just
Sorry, can
repeat
I
the
ask
same
him a
thing over and
question real
over and
quick?
over
listen to
again,
what
like
I'm
our
saying
ears are
to you
not
though,
working.
right?
Touch
I've
No,
been
base.
in
wait,
many
wait,
lives.
wait. No, no, no. Shh, 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 shh.
I have a
Christina,
question.
what do you want to
I've been
say?
in many lives where men have
All I
been
want to
putting down
hear,
women,
mute him for real
and
quick. All I want
I've
to
stood up
hear,
for women
He keeps
many
on
checkmate.
times.
unmuting himself. I thought he said he was a spiritual leader and he understood how to listen to women. But I did ask you because you're irritating me and I have a code. And if I have to say the same thing over and over again and you don't listen, then you have an issue with leadership yourself. So how can you claim to be a leader? I am asking
Can
you
I,
to communicate
can
in a
I
certain
just
way
hear
on
him
my
say
platform. You don't hear it.
one thing before he leaves the chat, please?
Yeah,
I
go
would
on,
just want to
Christina.
hear him say it's all men until it's no men. Can you just say that before you exit, please? And that's all I want
He's
to
not going
hear
to
right
say it.
now.
I am not going to say
He's not
that
going to say
because it's
it.
not all men. See ya.
I mean,
Can I ask him a
you're not
question?
understanding.
Oh, I wanted to ask him if his daughter was walking home and there was a man following her, or a man just casually walking behind her, would he tell, and she called, would he say, oh, you know what? Don't panic, because it's not all men.
Right. Exactly.
And it's like, how are you guys leaders? Because leaders protect. And why is it that instead of the highest rate of crime is men doing crimes against women. But if you guys were real protectors and leaders, it would be men against the men because you guys are meant to be protecting us because apparently we're the weaker ones. So how is it that you guys are attacking the weaker ones and you guys are not attacking each other to protect the weaker ones but claim you're leaders? How are you guys protecting us?
Because
The
real
crimes are
men
getting
put
higher and
women
higher and
on
higher as the
game
years go
about
by.
real.
So how are you guys
Yeah.
protecting us? It makes no sense. This whole competition of wanting to be leaders, wanting women to submit, is literally just a humiliation kink and ritual. That's all it is. It's you wanting
But
to
you
think
know
that you're
what though,
better than a human
Smile?
being. How are you better than me? We all work. We all bleed the same blood. We all have more. If men was to do what women do, work full time, take care of kids full time, do all these things, you guys complain about these things. That's why you want wives, because you have a free cook, you have somebody to help you with your finances, to help you with your laundry, to give you their body, and all these things. And all these things in a normal economy will cost you money that you guys were not able to afford with your normal salaries. Like,
You
And
know
make
when
it
what
make
notice those
sense.
smiles? Smiles. You know what I
when
notice? The men who are not the men who are not the majority usually never come up on panels and try to argue with any
they
woman
don't,
Because they
and try
they
to
don't.
understand.
convince women that it's not all men.
Because
And
they understand. That's the thing.
yeah,
Like
they
it's
know.
what makes no
and,
sense is
and
like
they have podcasts. If you look on TikTok right now, those men who are not in that number, right? They
That
have
category,
podcasts
yeah.
telling these men that they need to do better. And you know
and then
what
they
the men
call
are
them
doing to
simps,
them? Call
and
them
then they get
simps,
called simps, and they get
call
told, oh
yeah,
yeah, they're gonna
report
pick
their
you.
pages 100 times a day, harass those men online and threaten them online and go in their inbox and behave real bad. You see,
Real men teach
they do
their
this all the
daughters to
time.
be cautious of all men. Real men teach their
Yeah.
daughters that all men are unsafe. So for
Exactly.
him to come on here and be like, "Oh, pick me," shut up.
Because
You
it
know what
doesn't
I
make any
wanted to
sense.
ask
Because it's
him?
like I think like what they forget is the fact that we actually have male family members in our families. I have brothers.
Exactly.
Are my brothers a part of that percentage that do that to women? Of course not. God forbid. But the reality of it is, they are men themselves, and they have taught me: you take a man as a threat until he shows you he's not a threat. I have been taught that if a man lays his hands on me, to literally act like it's life and death because it can literally be life and death and act
Yeah.
accordingly. And that's coming from a man. And then you're going to sit here and tell me it's not all men. But you guys don't teach women in your family this. You don't teach your daughters this and your sisters this. You only like to come on public platforms and say this publicly, and you'll be teaching the women in your family the absolute opposite, which confuses me. You say it's not all men, but you teach your child that it's all men. So make it make sense.
Because
They're trying
I've
to
said
trick
this
us.
before. I've said this before so many times. Men don't like generalization of men when it comes to pointing out their faults. But as soon as you say something good, they'll be like, yeah, men are like that. Men are like that. Yeah,
He
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
wanted
yeah.
us to stroke his
Oh,
ego. He wanted us to stroke his
yeah.
ego because my thing is,
Oh, he did,
you
because
doing
that's
all
why he
those
kept on
things,
talking about
you're
himself.
literally being a basic, decent human being. You get no accolades for that. We will not clap for you for that because there should be more people doing that, being decent human beings. Why are you telling us the things that you have done? Because okay, you've done that personally. What have you done in your community to educate other men to be like that? Because I tell my brother, the day I hear you put your hands on a woman, I'll call police on you myself. I literally tell my brother that if a woman gets pregnant, the final choice is hers. It is her body. We educate men to know these things. What did my mother sit him down and teach him these things? No. So I took it upon myself to teach him these things because I know he will go out into the community and he will have interactions with women. He needs to know how to talk to a woman. You don't disrespect a woman. You don't treat a woman this way. You do this, you do that. When he has problems in his relationships, I tell him, no, you take accountability. You do not deflect. You do not gaslight. You do not invalidate people's feelings. These are the things that you teach. These are the attributes of apparent leaders that you teach. You're not going out into your community and teaching men these things. We don't even know if you're teaching people around you these things. Your brothers, your uncles who are still older and still have this red pill mentality. You have so much men around you that have this mentality, but you will come and question people and want to contradict people that are actually talking against it. Instead of you guys going out as men and actually questioning it. Because when a woman talks, the
Setting it
reality of
up.
most men, it goes through one ear and comes out the other. They look down on us. They just think we're talking shit. When it's
Yeah.
our real life, like we're talking
Yep.
about real life stuff that we literally experience on a day-to-day basis. But they just think, yeah, it's just coming out of our asses. Like, what?
But they know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smiles, they know, the thing is that, they know that what we're saying is true. But I
Mhm.
think a lot of them, their aim is to disarm women, right? That is their aim, to disarm us so that they have more access to us. That is their aim. They know what we're saying
They
is true. They know, but they
Yeah.
just
They want
can't.
us to keep quiet. It's like when we were growing up, I don't know how old everybody else is, but I was born in the 80s. And when we were growing up, there used to be this saying that used to say, "Oh, don't speak ill of your husband and what do you call it? Air out your dirty
Yeah,
laundry."
what happens
And
at
as
home
I've
stays at
grown up,
home.
yeah, and as I've grown up, I've realized society has bred women and indoctrinated them into thinking that a man's faults should never be
Misogynistic.
shouted about. We should
Hmm.
whisper it. We should not talk about it loudly. We should pretend it's not happening. Mollycoddle him because his ego is very fragile. His self-esteem is very low. His confidence is very low. He needs you to pretend everything is okay so that he can
Mhm.
feel like he's doing well.
And
That's why I
his
kept
friends
on
and
saying to him, I'm never
community
going to
look
mince my
up to
words.
him at your
That's why I kept on
expense.
saying I'm never going to mince my words. I'm never going to change how I'm saying it because you came here and said, I'm a good, what do you want me to do about it? Oh, when we were growing up, we would go if a guy did something. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not growing up in that
Like
age. I
globally,
live
when
in
I'm
an
giving
age
that
now where
statistic
women are
of
getting attacked and nobody's sticking up for them. It's crazy.
because globally,
No,
when
but
I'm
you
giving
know
that
what's really
statistic of
scary?
67 women in the world, how does you going out to help a few people change that statistic globally? Are you
Exactly.
tapping? You thank you.
I mean, the biggest
There you
power we've
go.
got now is social media because almost everybody is on social media. So that's why I kept on
Yeah.
saying to go open a live stream, go educate the men. If you are such a good person, go do
Hmm.
it so that you are touching on so many different lives and you're changing so many different men's mindsets. And hopefully that ratio will change. But no, do you know what? A real good man would not come up here to fight for. Yeah, but I'm the good one. Can you ladies just turn around and say it's not all of us because there's people like me? No. Good men, I've seen good
Child.
men come up on my panel and they would turn around and say, the problem is us men. Us men, we do this. Us men, we do this. Us men, we do this. And they will take it upon themselves to say, can we just do better? And they will never tone police the women talking. They'll just be like, you know what? These ladies have gone through enough. Can we do better? That's why if somebody ever turns around to me and say, "Oh, you're airing your dirty laundry," I'll be like, "It's not my dirty laundry. I didn't do the bad things. That person did the bad things. They should be embarrassed for doing what they did because it's not me." So ladies, never stop talking because some man's gonna catch feelings and act like they're 5 years old and say, "Oh no, you are now hurting my feelings." What do you want me to do? Like, you guys listen to each other. Go speak to the other men.
You know what's
But
scary,
you
Shart,
know
is
what?
that a lot of these men are attracted to positions of authority, like police. And I used to work for Child Protective Services, and I had a little girl who I was taking her home from a visit with her sisters because they were in separate foster homes. And when we were on the way home, she started crying and she told me she didn't want to go back to her foster home because they were beating on her and doing things to her. And so I immediately pulled over and called the police. And when the police showed up, they were having a conversation amongst themselves about just taking her back to the foster home because uh, they didn't want to stand there all night waiting for another DCFS worker was supposed to come, and they didn't want to stand there waiting. And I immediately I started taking their badge numbers, and I pulled out a pad of paper and a pen and I started writing their names and badge numbers down. And they looked at me and they said, what are you doing? And I said, I just need this for my report. I want to know, because every last one of you guys, if she goes back to that house tonight and something happens to her, you're all going to be accountable for this. Like, I couldn't believe working in that field, how, like, the children are just not really actually protected.
Absolutely. And that's the sad world we live in. We live in a world where men have created laws that protect men. We still have, I personally, I think when it comes to child sexual abuse, the punishment should be higher.
Yes.
The punishment should be higher than it should be so high that when
It
that
should be
person
higher
comes
than
out of
drug
prison,
charges where people are using drugs because they want to like destroy their own body. It should be higher than that. Charges
it
for
should be
using
way
drugs or
higher
selling
than that.
drugs.
But
You're
but the
not gonna
world will
get
make
that though.
excuses.
You know why? Because the remember that the men are heavily involved in making
Yeah,
all these
They're
laws,
protecting themselves.
and they're
yeah,
protecting themselves. They do this to protect themselves,
absolutely,
not the victims.
absolutely. And then that's how some people will turn around and say, uh, "It's all men until it is no men." Because why don't you, the guys who claim to be protected? I see somebody's requesting to come up. I need to go to bed. It's late. There's two people requesting to come up. I'll be back again tomorrow between. I think I've still got 3 more movies to watch with my son because we're watching the X-Men films. So 9:30 until hopefully 1 a.m. I always try and finish early, but it never happens. But yeah, the two people requesting, you have to come up tomorrow. Oh, I'm on until Friday, the same time, UK time, 9:30 at night until at least 1 to 2 a.m. Yeah, so um, if men really wanted the world to change, they need to take action on the things that are causing problems. If they stand around and do nothing when laws are protecting criminals, whilst the victims are suffering and not getting the support that they need, and the victims are treated as second-class citizens who, whatever they've suffered, whatever they've gone through, none of the men are going to turn around and say, no, 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 the penalty should have been higher. Then it is all men. Because just like Smiles was saying, you all partake in grape culture when you stand back and don't do anything about it. When your friend wolf whistles or grabs a woman's butt in a nightclub, or when the government doesn't give the right, when the law doesn't give the right, the right punishment for somebody raping another person or unaliving a person or touching a child. I think China has passed a law now. If you're caught doing child sexual abuse or rape, it's you get unalived. And for me, I support that because you've destroyed the whole child's life. What is wrong with you? What level of a monster are you that you would do that to somebody who is so weak and incapable of defending themselves entirely?
Martin Luther King said that in the end, we will not remember the actions of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. So
Absolutely.
they say they are friends, they are our protectors, but they keep quiet. So the bad things continue going, and they just say it's because they are not bad. Not all men are bad.
But then they should be doing what I'm doing: run a podcast, run a live stream,
True.
educate people, question things in society. Is this right? Is this how we should live? How does it benefit us? What are we doing? Why are the statistics here? How can we change it? Can we be better? They should be doing that. Then we can turn around and say, the men are working hard. I have seen quite a few men who are running live streams like myself, either on Instagram or on TikTok. It's still not enough. It's
True.
still not enough, because when you see the vitriol of comments in content that speaks about rape or fighting against laws created by men that debilitate women from having a fair, easy life like men do, you will realize that we have far too few men, too
Mm.
few, that are fighting the corner to have a better world. And we have far too many who are fighting for evil to perpetuate. And that's the biggest problem.
Because they know they're
No,
gonna have to look
Ergo.
within. They're gonna have to look within their households, because they know the reality of it is that your fathers contribute to these statistics, your brothers, your uncles, your cousins. You're gonna have to look inside. So it's like, as much as these men are saying they're not part of those statistics, you guys have somewhat contributed, because your silence is contribution. Once you are silent when something is being done, you're contributing to it, and they just need to accept it. Because I'm so sorry, I'm only 24 years old. And I'm literally happy that there's women on these platforms educating women on these things. I didn't know what coercion was up until a couple months ago. And then I've realized that, oh my days, I have been essayed multiple times in my adult life.
Yeah,
Multiple times.
that's the
So
case.
I'm sorry, it is all men until it's no men. Because why is it? It's always a man. You guys are saying it's not all men, but it's always a man though. It's always a man. I have so many friends, and all of me, literally, out of all my friends that I have, I probably have two that have never been essayed growing up in their childhood. The rest of us have. It's always a man though. It's not all men, but it's always a man. So why
There
is
you
it that
go.
instead of them even being happy that you bringing topics like this helps young women like us de-center men? Because the reality of it is, women that center men in their lives put themselves in danger, whether it's
They do.
physically, whether it's emotionally, whether it's mentally. Because I have been there, and luckily I've been able to get out of that and decenter men at such a young age, where I have my whole life ahead of me. There's some women that have centered men to the point where it's too late for them to get their lives back. So why are you not happy that there's women out here not only educating other women and other men, but also helping other women decenter men, where they can put their lives forward and actually educate themselves and want better for themselves? And then that helps us have a better healed like version of ourselves, a healed version of ourselves, where we can make better decisions in these apparent partners, because they'll tell us we didn't vet these men enough apparently. So then let us decenter you guys, focus on ourselves, be independent, so we can apparently vet you guys properly. Because even if we do, and you do decide to do that, men literally will pretend to be a whole other person, come in another clothing, and then as soon as they get what they want, they show their true colors. And that's the reality of it. And then they'll say you should have picked the right partner. This is literally the same thing that happened with me and the father of my child. Like, you say you should have picked a better partner. You come as one person, you get what you want, or you see a woman when she's finally in her vulnerable state. Because you guys say you want feminine women. No, you want women that are emotionally unintelligent, that are emotionally unstable, that you guys can take advantage of. That's what you think feminine is: a woman that's emotionally unstable, that is easily manipulated. When you're not easily manipulated, you call us masculine, you call us hard to deal with, you call us all these things when we call you guys out. But leaders are meant to take criticism. But you guys don't take
Center
criticism.
them and
You
center
don't want
us.
to be questioned. You don't want to be judged. But then the same leaders that are in your governments, you guys you're questioning them, but we can't question you guys. So what type of leaders are you guys like portraying to be? I'm so sorry. It's not that
We
deep to
have
be a
we have to
leader. Who are
take
you leading?
over
Like,
at this
please, it's not that
point.
deep.
At this point, here's what we got to do. Women just have to assume leadership at this point, because trying to tell these men what they need to do and how they need to do it is literally like trying to train a rat to bark like a dog. A rat is just a rat. And the more you acknowledge that and just live with that and say, okay, now this is how we deal with rats, right? That's just how it's gonna go because all of these things that we're saying, they are born gaslighters, right? They gaslight us, and you hit the nail on the head just now, Smiles, when you mentioned that they are questioning their leaders. Because I really wanted to ask this guy that was on here, right, about the leadership thing. Are you happy with the current leadership in the country, in the world right now? It's predominantly men, right? The state of the world right now. Are you happy with that type of leadership? None of them are. None of them are. You have the world. What are you doing with it right now? You're
Right.
not happy. But you want us to subscribe to even worse because these men, because there's no camera there, right, in these homes, they're even worse than the leaders that you're seeing on stage. The things that they're doing right there, right? So you want women to really sit in this thing? No, we can't and we won't and we refuse to. But I'm at the
Absolutely.
point now where I don't expect anything from them. I just know that they are who they are, and it has been before we were born, before the grandma, before the great granny, and they haven't changed. So I don't expect them to right now. I just need to do me and for women who want to be on this side, not Miss Picnicia. You go, do whatever you want to do over there if you want to go
The
pick.
Pygmishas actually need to come here because you see Shasha's prompt, right? I grew up in like a Christian like background and stuff, so men at the head of the household, blah blah blah. I slowly started to descend to men, especially after like having my daughter and stuff. But then I still had certain like mentalities and stuff like that. But Shasha's Alive made me, because I've been following her for a couple months now, and it made me realize like, what is it that you feel like you lack in yourself that you need someone else to lead you? What is it? What is it? What is it in yourself that you feel that you're not enough, that somebody else has to fill that cup for you? And that person is so better than you, that they're so full that they can do the job for you, that you can't do the job for yourself, to the point where you use your whole life to look for that one person to lead you in this thing called life, when you go years without that person anyways, and you're technically leading yourself. What is it in you that you've either been taught or you believe that you lack and you do not have, that this person has that you don't, or you can't attain? There's nothing.
But you see,
Nothing.
Smiles, you as a young woman have had the ability to quickly grasp that and made the change mentally, right?
Girl, I had
But
to
there are
save
a lot of
myself. I
women
don't want
out
to be in
here.
my 30s regretting it, living my life following these men and be suffering from it. Because most women that are married, they're just married for show. They're not happy in their marriages. I beg, sorry. I've
Yeah, but
rarely met a happily married woman. Happily, glowing skin, happy. No, it's very rare. I'm
Miles,
sorry.
can I share something with you?
Hmm.
I was one of those women. I met my husband when I was 19 and in college. I was with him 29 years.
oh
Wow.
And
wow.
you know what? I stuck with it because I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. I wasn't. I'm so proud of you because you are able to see it now. I'm so proud of my daughters because they're able. This new generation of women is going to be fucking amazing. And I'm going to tell you, I stayed with him and I built him up and he got a great job and a house and everything. And you know what? I took all that shit at the end because fuck him.
As you should.
Sorry for my language.
But you see now, Smiles, to my point about those pick niches, they can go wherever they want. And the reason why I'm saying that is there are a lot of them the pick niches are the one who uphold the patriarchy, and continue to
They do
perpetuate
that
that,
because they entertain these
because
men. Because the reality of it is, even these men, for them to get away with some of the things that they get away with, it's women enabling them because they have been indoctrinated. And until, as much as men can protect us and save us some sort from their fellow men, if they really